fade, your heart is gonna shine and you're gonna make us proud. Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Amnesia, you've got this burden to bear now, hiding away from the world. But deep down behind that disguise that you wear now, I see a lost little girl. So trust a little signs that you be afraid. Just a little time, gonna make it fade. Your heart is gonna shine and you're gonna make us proud. Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Under your favorite full moon. Under your favorite full moon. You forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but you're growing stronger every day. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Don't fade away. Come on. Don't fade away. When the world is on your shoulders, stay. Don't fade away. I'll follow you.
Yo, what's up, guys? Formation, thank you for the follow. You joined the Discord before you followed. Interesting. I don't know why it stood out to me as particularly interesting, but there we go. A day full of oddities. And jankiness. Sorry about the late start. How you guys doing? Hope everybody had a good week. I was running around delivering flea meds to the cat immediately before stream started because time is just a thing that is not operating like it should today. Don't ask me what that means. I'm not even sure. Trail KOTOR 2 hours. Hell yeah. Alright, Onderon. Oh. Sometimes it's ominous music. Sometimes it's just like very visual sounding music. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is which. Hey,
well,
Dosta, how's it going?
Onderon. It looks like there's a long line to get into the ISIS starport.
Something feels wrong here. A great disturbance here in orbit, and again on the planets below.
I guess this blockade is a symptom of larger problems on Onderon.
If they decide to do a cargo search, we're gonna be in trouble.
Looks like we're about to find out. I'm receiving a message from some Colonel Tobin. Patching it through.
The Ebon Hawk. I was told to expect your arrival. I don't know your business on Onderon, but it ends here.
Oh, great. The ship forgot to tell us it made an enemy. Or 6. Great disturbance, long lines. Yeah, imagine being in space and still having to wait in traffic. Also,
we've taken some hits. We can try to fight back, or I can outrun them and hide us on the jungle moon nearby. It's your call.
we captured a command post as voice. I mean, yeah. Basically sums up. So assuming these are Republic dudes, kind of my biggest motivation. I'm leaning toward running for it because whatever their beef is clearly with one of the countless previous owners of the Ebon Hawk. And not us personally, since we haven't actually been here before. Or at least not, you know, in the span of game time. And if they're Republic guys, I'd rather not pick fights if we can figure out a way to avoid it. The problem is, and I won't lie, part of me is like, oh god, that first option is volunteering to man the turret. And we all know I'm so good at that. Definitely not at all for that reason, and entirely for the whole, I don't want to shoot down Republic ships over a misunderstanding if I can help it, reason. To be fair, it is mostly that. Definitely not at all influenced by the concern about my turret skills. We'd better run for it. To the moon. To the moon doesn't really sound like a run for it out of context, but... yeah, there's a solid reason to. If you're not going to fight, better to withdraw. True. Also, To be fair, I am going based on my KOTOR 1 skills, because I haven't actually had to man the turret in this game yet. So I might be better.
Just once I wish someone was glad to see us. But no, if it isn't weapons pointed at our heads, it's someone trying to blast us out of the sky.
I remember the days when welcoming committee used to mean something, without being followed by blaster bolts.
The end of that sentence was supposed to be, or I could be much, much worse. I mean... How badly is the ship damaged?
It's taken a little damage, nothing too serious. I'm shutting down all unnecessary systems until we make repairs. It'll keep us from being a target.
Any idea? Where did we land?
Looks like one of the moons of Onderon. Not sure which one. It's mostly jungle and mountain. I did pick up the remains of an old outpost near here. Maybe that's why there's all these clearings around. Maybe they were once settlements.
There were no settlements here. Those clearings were most likely once craters or crash sites.
Crash sites?
This is Duxon, where the Mandalorians began their crusade against the Republic. The remains of whatever outposts you detected here are military ones. We should be careful.
This is where the Mandalorian Wars started? This doesn't look like much of a battlefield.
Much is buried here, and there is much that should remain buried.
Hey, Marathon, how's it going? Something, something calibration, something, something. Garrus. Psych! It's a Duxon stream. Interesting. Oh, you guys must have been giggling in nose things when I said something last week. I think it was last week about assuming that if you were on like a dark path, then you end up on Duxon, and if you're on a light path, maybe it's Onderon, and maybe that's why they're always listed as a slash, but only Onderon was on the map. This makes more sense. Wouldn't have thought of it myself, though. Marathon says I'm always chuckling to myself watching people first run these games. There are many discoveries to be had on a first run of these games, for sure. And I would imagine a second run as well, especially this one. I mean, I could be wrong, because I've only done the one playthrough of each, and obviously haven't even finished the one of this one, but based on what I've been seeing, it seems like a dark side run of this game would be less predictable in terms of like exactly how that looks than KOTOR 1. I could be wrong about that. There could be more like layers or possibilities to a KOTOR 1 dark side run too, but maybe it's just because of the dialogue. But now,
Well, the space battle's still going on overhead.
who are they shooting
Since
at?
we're so eager to use our hull for target practice, I doubt they're just gonna forget us. Well, I don't like it. Onderon is about as far from the core as you can get and still be in the Republic. But even out here, the locals have heard of us.
We're lucky I was able to find this
Or
place to
the
land.
ship, anyway.
Looks like something has cleared away the jungle in a few spots around here.
Need to get to Onderon.
Until the ship is repaired, we're not going anywhere. Unless you can find another route to Onderon, we should sit tight.
There may be a means to get to Onderon by another route. The Force has guided us here for a reason. We should explore our surroundings. There is something here.
Something? Oh, there's something here, all right. Predators. Not small flit darters, but big, mean, nasty predators.
Nevertheless, we should explore our surroundings. And that nearby outpost would be as good a place as any to begin.
I mean, it's an adventure game. Who's gonna stay with the ship? Gotta get Chris Hansen to Duxon. Right? To versus those predators. Now let's head to the outpost then.
Well, if you go, be careful. No telling what other ships were forced down in the battle.
I have a feeling the ship will not be repaired until our business here is concluded. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, I understand. What's so important about this place?
This is where the Mandalorian Wars began. She fought here once, and there are things here she must see.
She fought here? Why didn't she say anything?
Do you speak of all your battles? Or are there some you wish to forget?
Ooh. Chris Hansen waves his hand and force persuades all predators take a seat. It's hilarious is that I don't know what a flip darter is, but I'm imagining those little like oh, you've been summoned. 1 second. Hey. Ooh. I think I fixed my cat break screen too. Oh, whoops. I did, but I haven't turned the cat cam on yet. There he is. Oh. I don't know what a flip darter is, but I'm imagining those like little sort of raptor-shaped dinosaurs, but not like full raptor, like the little ones that like run around on 2 feet. I don't remember what they're called. He's pouting a little bit because of the aforementioned flea meds immediately before stream, but he got his consolation cookie, so he's not too mad. He was a good boy. He doesn't like it, but he sits still for it. Can't say I blame you. It'd feel pretty gross getting some gooey stuff squeezed where I can't get off, too. That's fair. But he was a good boy. Hope you brought your mud boots. The rapper of Alderaan. The raptor. Didn't know Alderaan had its own signature rapper, but sure, I guess. Oh. What was that? No beans. There's a ghost. Indeed. In fact, I dare say it's probably the only channel on Twitch where you can summon them at will. Or at least the only channel on Twitch where you can redeem channel points for an immediate ghost sighting. Talking about your toe beans. The pink toe beans. Why you curl the toe beans? He's like, don't you look at my toe beans. Alright. You done? You say hi? Okay. Alright. He's like, okay, Mom, put me down. Let me go sulk. I think I said this last week too, but I always underestimate. I've got this little bitty 3-inch ring light, and I always underestimate just how warm it gets. You'd have the most successful ghost hunting YouTube channel and you'd never need to leave your house, right? And he's so cute, nobody could even be mad at me for, like, basically clickbaiting them. I'm still a little confused about the whole space battle thing. I thought they were just after us, and everybody else was just waiting in line, but... So I don't know who they're fighting now, but okay. Need to remember what my Currently at 151k. And level 16. 153. Okay. That's my next one. We're off Dantooine now. I was just thinking, that's kind of silly. I'm pretty sure I haven't picked up any new gear that I haven't, like, checked. And I'm glad I, like, clicked before I thought, because I would have thought wrong. I completely forgot that I didn't have my lightsaber equipped. Oops, I didn't mean to screenshot that. Crash landing number question mark, because honestly we've had enough at this point. I've lost count. We've got to mention something about a power struggle on Onderon. Was a quick flourish. Right.
What have you brought me? No, you have enough. And as I tell all my employees, make do with less. You may speak.
Thanks. Not like it's my ship or anything. I may have asked him this before. What capabilities does your droid possess?
It has been assigned to guard and protect you. As such, it is well suited for a variety of tasks. It is skilled in intimidation, interrogation, and can provide a series of select skills that will make it an effective killing machine. For the most part, it will follow your orders, unless they conflict with mine.
And if they do?
Then its proton core will detonate, turning this ship into space dust. There is no negotiation in this. I will not allow you to interfere with my operations and plans.
I'm not saying this is necessarily a serious consideration. It's just a funny thought that popped into my head. One of those, like, fun RPG what-ifs. Wonder what would happen if I took him with me, switched into solo mode, stuck him somewhere, and went back to the ship and tried to leave without him. Just left him on the moon. Spike that mouthy volleyball in his nearest black hole. Yeah, I mean, he certainly is obnoxious.
I am willing to...
I don't remember if I followed up with this one before. On the yacht you mentioned Revan, but Revan sought to destroy the Republic.
A common misconception not supported by facts. Revan did not intend to destroy the Republic. She deliberately left the infrastructure of many planets intact, and many military production facilities.
But why? She had limitless forces.
I believe that by whatever means she used to build her armada, she recognized that it was somehow a limited source, or that she was only willing to use it to a point. My prediction is that whatever production facility was being employed, it carried a price that Revan perceived as detrimental to the goals of the Sith. And that is why Revan left many military production facilities in the Republic intact.
Something like Starforge, maybe. Why? Revan wouldn't need to conquer anything else once the Republic was beaten.
That is what occupies my calculations as well. I believe that Revan saw a war on another front that we did not, or saw the value in keeping a strong military force.
Are you telling me that I saw this, like, hungry void Sith monster dude coming, and I didn't tell myself? How rude. Terrible, terrible Jar Jar Binks impression there. Pretend you didn't hear that. I had Stream Manager up on my phone, and somehow it forgot it was open and switched back to Dallas's stream, so my phone started talking at me. Like the Starforge, required massive amounts of dark side energy to function. Yeah. You know where Revan got her forces?
That is also a mystery to me. I do not have any evidence upon which to build an answer. It is significant that after the defeat of Malak, the forces decreased considerably, and after Revan's departure from known space, production ceased completely. It is my prediction that whatever was producing such forces needed a strong, effective leader to ensure its stability. Without Revan or Malak, there was no such figure left among the Sith.
What about Malak?
Unlike Revan, Malak demonstrated no concern for the future of the Republic in his attacks. His stratagems were painfully obvious, intending to crush all resistance everywhere. There was little thought beyond the complete destruction of anything that opposed him. He left quite a mess. I'm still trying to assess all the damage. Between the two, I would have preferred Revan rule the galaxy. She had foresight in her conquest, a subtlety that Malak did not possess.
It's funny though, the people in this game are constantly confused about Revan, where Revan got all of his, or in my case, her ships. Yeah. That is pretty funny. Do you know anything about the HK droids sent after me?
The assassin droids. I have encountered some, purchased the service of others.
Why are they hunting me?
Why, I asked them to.
Oh, thanks.
To be honest, I believe that was always their intention, but it seems their directive was dormant for some time.
Likely only the Jedi Council and Revan's companions knew about the Star Wars, though? Yes. And it makes a lot of sense that other random thugs in the galaxy like this dude didn't figure it out. Given the whole extreme measures for secrecy thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Jedi Council only ever... Actually... Yeah, I guess they would have found out where it was because when we blew it up, we called in the cavalry. So I guess they would have found out where it was. But I'm pretty sure they only found out where it was because Revan switched sides. I could be mistaken there, but I think that's the case. You know where they're coming from?
If you mean produced, no, I do not. I do know that there are a surprising number scattered throughout the Republic.
I noticed.
Fleet searching for you. What they will do now that you are found is easy to predict.
I noticed that too, believe it or not. What are they doing in the Republic fleet?
They are masquerading as protocol droids. I have discovered that when they are used in negotiations, they have a predictable pattern of sabotaging whatever peace treaties they are involved with.
Yeah, I noticed. Why doesn't the Republic know?
Because the Republic has no reason to investigate otherwise, and any discovery of their true purpose has been concealed by well-timed accidents.
Why haven't you acted on this information?
Because their behavior is predictable, of course. By monitoring their presence, I know which worlds will suffer civil wars, planetary conflicts, and Republic bombardment.
So the whole Republic must be saved thing, still a lower priority than making a quick buck, I guess. He switched sides, or was he a double agent all along? He switched sides. You talking about Goto or Revan? Also, hi. I mean, Revan, yeah, pretty sure switched sides. Goto, I'm pretty sure has only ever had one side, and that's his. Ah, yeah, yeah. No, if Revan had been a double agent, somebody would have known about it. And given the lengths that the council apparently went to do the whole, like, memory wipe and implant new fictional memories thing, I feel like somebody would have pointed out that they were doing that on a double agent if that was actually the case. Fun thought, though. They gonna keep coming after me?
Of course they are. They're droids with very specific protocols that, unless changed, will dictate their movements. Unless you shut them down at the source, they will be stalking you until you are captured or terminated. Why don't you ask their predecessor? That archaic, memory-impaired assassination droid will know more about his subsequent generations than I would. I am willing to...
It was this question that led to his information about Onderon, I believe. Which is actually why I came over here, but...
There are several factors, all of which affect each other. There is the stabilization of Dantooine, the preservation of the restoration efforts on Telos, the political resolution on Onderon, and the unification of a religious power base in the galaxy, either Jedi or Sith.
Situation on Onderon.
Onderon is an outer rim world, rich in ecological resources. Its aggressive ecology is capable of bringing devastated worlds back to life. It is currently experiencing a political schism split between two forces. One must triumph for the planet to be stabilized.
You mean you don't just like spending time with Goto? He's certainly not my favorite, I will say. As a character, like from a game perspective, he's very interesting. But definitely not the most endearing.
I have studied the holorecord of your trial. I am unsure what to make of it. I must confess that I was searching for some meaning beyond the records. A reason for why one would leave the Order.
I have a guess as to why, given what he told me last time. So, not surprising people started shooting at you. Yavin Hawk is a Republic vessel, and Onderon is isolationists that don't like the Republic, as evidenced on Telos. That's true. Is the Yavin Hawk really seen as a Republic vessel in general, though? Or, like, specifically Republic enough to warrant considering an instant enemy? I mean, it's been through the hands of so many non-Republic people. I mean, apparently it's had at least one or two owners since Revan, because there was that one guy who was like, never mind, I'll give you my ship, it's too much trouble. Why?
Did you know that exile is a rare sentence? It is not really something that the Order can enforce. Believe it or not, it was really your choice.
They meant that to be a double negative. if Jedi didn't not kill their prisoners? Anyway. ID signature says Republic, I believe. Die on Dantooine. Knew it was a Jedi vessel. That's true. That's true. Also, wait a second. I just realized something because you said that. We had a whole quest jumping through hoops to get a new transponder for the whole Goto thing. Did somebody switch it back while we were docked on Goto's yacht? Like, it sounded like it was not something just anybody could do. I mean, maybe not super difficult, but... Or maybe it was just making the new transponder that was the tricky part? Yeah, obviously that's the case. What happened to our new one? Sorry, I have the word famous blocked because of the bots. They eventually stopped using that word. I should probably take it out of the auto mod list. But that's why it got held, sorry. You saw the record. That's no choice. It was a sentence.
I don't think so. Perhaps some of them felt strongly about your sentence, but I think something else concerned them. Again, the choice to turn away was yours, not theirs.
Why does this interest you?
Because I, too, turned away from the Order. Under less extreme circumstances, perhaps, but stemming from the same reasons.
Interesting, these are my only two options. I don't believe exile was my choice.
I'm not certain I do either,
but
it is something worth considering.
Interesting. I assume this is the same as before.
Because I...
Yeah. Okay.
Then I shall speak no more of it.
I mean, it was my only other way out of the dialogue loop.
Is something...
What are you doing?
At times, I meditate. Simply close my eyes and listen. It is quite calming. I try to treasure these moments before the next crisis begins.
I order you to tell me how to do the same. Can you teach me to meditate?
Of course. It would be my pleasure.
I mean, I only know battle meditation, I guess. You covered force points and a one-time bonus. Your force points through meditation. Meditate with the disciple at any time if no enemies are nearby. Is that like temporary hit points, but for force points instead? I seriously think people dislike this guy because he's polite and mentally stable.
I try to treasure these moments before the next crisis begins.
It doesn't help that everybody kind of looks the same age. Like, I'm gathering that he's a fair bit younger than I am, maybe? Because it sounded like he started as a child at the academy, like everybody else. But based on the timing of stuff, it sounded like I'd already been a Jedi for quite a while. Full Jedi, when he was in like his mid-teens or something, because he mentioned that I left for the war and then a bunch of people left and then there was nobody to train, so I'm guessing around 18, because he was talking about getting to a certain age and if you didn't have a mentor you're kind of just shit out of luck. Yeah, exactly. Young enough to not even be a Padawan while you're already a knight. But you can't tell just by looking at him. And I wonder if he looked like visibly 10, 15 years younger than me, however much younger he is, I wonder if he would get on people's nerves a little less. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember what, because we had a whole conversation in chat one night, like a month and a half ago or something, about the actual timeline of everything. And I'm pretty sure Sun told me that at this point, the Jedi Civil War was about 5 years ago. And the Mandalorian Wars were about 5 years before that. So if he was like 18 when the Mandalorian Wars started, that would make him about 28. But it would also presumably make me like in my 40s, I guess. And if that, I wonder if people would be a little less quick to dislike him, because he does come across as pretentious early on, and he also comes across as a little bit brown-nosy, like a total like insufferable suck-up initially. He goes from like pretentious know-it-all to obnoxious hero-worshipping suck-up to not either of those. I haven't quite figured out if there's a particular label for what he currently is, but more like normal person, I guess. But I wonder if the know-it-all and the suck-up phases would be less annoying to people if he looked like he's a decade and a half younger than me, you know? Like one of those, oh, he's just a dumb kid type of things. I don't know. Maybe not, but maybe.
That is hardly surprising. What do you wish to know?
Never mind, I've already been through this. Oh. This is meditation. For a second I was like, wait, just for talking to him? And then I remembered I literally just did a whole thing. I guess I was making assumptions that... Okay, 13, not 18. That makes more sense, honestly. Especially for me to still be as spry as I am. So, he'd be 23, which actually makes even more sense, honestly. So, then assuming I'm remembering the timeline correctly, where the Mandalorian Wars were about 10 years ago, he'd be about 23 now. And I assume I would be like 30-ish, maybe 30, yeah, early mid-30s probably. So he is actually still pretty young.
Query, is there someone that you need killed, Master?
Have I done target practice with HK yet? Probably Revan's age. That would make sense. That would make sense. Kind of sounded like they were sort of in the same rough age range.
Statement. Excellent. No doubt one of your allies has turned on you and needs to be dispatched. Which one is it? The annoying pilot? I certainly hope it is not the T3 unit. Destroying him would provide little challenge. It would be demeaning.
Well, I've been giving the little T3 unit the first pick of all the best armor I find, so, you know, it might not be quite as squishy as you think. I hope. That was the goal after all, but hold your fire, I don't need anyone killed yet.
Query, is there someone that you need killed, Master?
Didn't I just answer that? Interesting. Okay. Not what I thought was going to come out of target practice, but okay. I'm trying to think about who I want to take. On the one hand, the obsessive completionist gamer in me is like, I should take Goto because he's the most recent addition to the crew, and I am almost positive I haven't gained or lost any influence with him yet. And then the like in character part of me is like, yeah, but there are so many people I would rather have the commentary of. But then also, like, so many of the characters are so interesting so far that part of me doesn't want to miss out on like whatever layers they created to Goto's character, because the more companions I get to know, the more sure I am that they all have some level of layers. Unless, was there anything with this game like there was with KOTOR 1 where, like, I think if I'm remembering correctly, somebody said that Juhani was like planned and then removed and then added back again at like half content at the last minute or something like that. A real old bastard is Canderous, who fought with Exarchun, likely 60 plus in the events of this game. Kars also had a kid who was at least 18 in the first game. At least almost 50 in this game. Yeah. Kart's kid was 18 5 years ago. So Kart's kid would be about Disciple's age. Oh yeah, I heard something about that too. And I also... Somebody said something about, originally Bastila was supposed to be the main character, or something like that. Oh, says, I don't know about characters being cut or added, but it wouldn't surprise me considering how rushed the game was. Why is Atten... Interesting. I was about to say, why is Atten's profile picture dark, but then new question. I swear somebody told me when I first started the game that everybody kind of starts out neutral, like right in the middle, so you can use the like alignment for each character to kind of determine how much influence you've gained or lost with them. But I haven't gained or lost any with Goto, and he's insta-evil. I have lost a little bit with HK, but I mean, it makes sense for the two of them to start off evil. That makes a lot of sense. But that also makes Visas really interesting because she did start out right in the middle, despite literally being a Sith. I also haven't gotten as many... I was trying to take Door around because I hadn't gotten as many like interesting opportunities to get his input on stuff since Telos. I don't know if there's like a specific event in game that has to happen before you start getting to know him. Maybe that's why he hasn't like come up as much, but this is more like an unpaid Sith intern. Oof. I mean, fair. He's also fully good aligned. Gained some influence with him, but I was told that it's like, it's not a relative amount, it's like the same amount every time you get the message. So he had to have started out good aligned, because I'm sure that I haven't gained influence with him more than like 2 times, maybe 3, which based on everybody else shouldn't be enough to have him pillar of light angelic already. I don't know. Probably missing something that probably doesn't even super matter, but curious, you know? Super nerd shit makes way more sense. I'm going super need shit. Okay. Clearly that part was meant to be enthusiastic. I don't know what it has to do with influence, but good luck with your shit, I guess. Super nerd shit makes way more sense. Influence happens in increments of 8. Everyone starts at 50. Interesting. Do you get messages for everyone? Or do you only get messages for ones after, like, that happen after a direct conversation? Because the, like, spoiler-free guide that I looked through was basically explaining that it's not just what you say to them, but, like, your actions. But they didn't specify whether it's, like, companions observing your actions by being in your party, or whether it means, like, whether you decide to fight somebody or not fight somebody, as an example. That kind of thing. If you can gain influence... Okay, you should get a message every time you lose or gain. Interesting. So then, if everybody starts at 50, the people who start with blue or red backgrounds are still at 50? Is that just, like, there to tell me, like, they're gonna be more evil aligned naturally type of thing? Because, like, Kreia is probably the closest to neutral I have who I've actually gained influence with. Because I have a couple of times, but only little bits, and I did lose it once. And her background is still gray. Atten, I know I've maxed out his influence, and he's got the Pillar of Light. I guess T3 is either close to maxed out or fully... I think Visas is maxed out and T3 is close or something like that. Oh, okay. So her thing will look the same whether I max out her influence or not. That honestly makes sense for HK not to. Now I'm curious if I put... I haven't brought her out in a while, I suppose I will. Interestingly, I'm trying to figure out if there's a pattern with... I was about to say, interestingly, it seems like it's easier to influence Disciple than Baudur, which kind of makes sense given the apparent age difference. But then I realized that I did get a few messages for Baudur early on, and it is still pretty early on with Disciple, and I've only gotten a couple. So maybe it's just that early on, if you make the right choices, then it's easier than making an impression later or something. I don't know. Kreia makes sense since she was the one urging us to go to the temple to begin with. I'm mostly trying to decide between... Well... Mira's interesting, but she had so much action on Nashara that yeah. My interpretation was that it was sort of a maybe not less well defined, but less publicly defined version of like Dragon Age 2's friendship rivalry mechanic, where it's like either one unlocks a different kind of relationship with the person, as opposed to something like, I can't remember off the top of my head if Dragon Age Inquisition had a, or maybe Origins would be the better example. Or I think if you got like low enough approval with them, they'd just leave. Instead, Dragon Age 2 took it and made it so that like if you're rivals with them, you have a different kind of relationship with them, but you get just as many interesting options. They're just different ones. That was sort of the impression I got of the spoiler-free influence description, was that it was sort of like that, where it's like, you don't want to be in the middle. The middle is the most boring place to be. You either want to gain as much, or if you're going to lose it, you want to lose as much as you can, basically. Might be one of the first Bioware attempts at an approval system. Yeah. Okay, let me ask this. And if you guys don't know, that's fine, but you guys know so much about this game. I appreciate it. So, Baldur, is there a specific point in, like, the story progression, questline stuff, where it's like you get more questions and can talk to him more and have more opportunities to earn influence with him and stuff like that? Or is the reason why I haven't been able to, like, get anywhere with him just because I haven't, just raw time? I just haven't had him for enough, like, major story beats and stuff. Or had him with me for major story beats and stuff. Because if there's a specific story point where, like, before that you're not going to get much out of him, then I'll spend that time focusing on building relationships with other companions. But that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm talking about. Is gaining influence. Because I gained it with him a few times when we were on Telos. But, like, I brought him with me. I think I had him the entire time on Dantooine. And when we went back to, basically after the Nar Shaddaa thing where Atten and Mira had fight through the ship and whatever. And I think it was Atten and Visas that I sent. It was either going to be Atten and Visas or Atten and Baldur, who I had be the pair to infiltrate to rescue me from Godo's yacht. And I'm pretty sure I settled on Visas because of the healing. I'm 90% sure I did. But because the three of them had seen so much action, I had Baldur with me constantly since then. And I haven't, like, gotten a reaction from him for anything. I haven't had any new dialogue open up. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing one of those things where his story doesn't become accessible until after a certain point. And before then I'm wasting my time using up one of my party slots to take him everywhere with me when I could be building influence with someone else. If that makes sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Sure.
I hear you.
Nothing like that? Okay. Got it. Raw time then. Thank you. That is good to know. Because it means I don't feel like I'm missing something by continuing to bring him with me everywhere. Also, I'm just going to throw this out here since I know we've got a bunch of regular people who've been in chat already tonight. If anybody ever, like, notices that I'm starting a mission where, like, particular companions have, like, particularly interesting comments, or where, like, you would recommend I bring a certain person, feel free to throw it out there. And feel free to not tell me why. I'm always down to take party composition suggestions. I actually, like, Dragon Age Inquisition, when I was playing through that, I actually looked up which companions, because it was such a relatively small party after Origins anyway, that I didn't want to miss out on anything, because everybody had the banter lines, and different people would have different comments in different places. So I actually looked up ahead of time who was the most interesting to take on different missions, just because I like hearing what people have to say, and sometimes I can guess, but, like, you know, will do, because the influence opportunities in this game are kind of weird. Ooh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't want to neglect anybody. Partially because I feel like I might have accidentally neglected to be as diligent as I should have been about checking for new dialogues and stuff with my companions in KOTOR 1. Because for a while there weren't any, but also I missed the point where the dialogue fork would have opened up to let me romance Karth. Missed it completely and then locked myself out of it because story events happened. So that's part of why I'm, like, running through dialogue with everybody, sometimes repeatedly, just to make sure I didn't miss anything, because these people are all interesting. I want to get to know them as well as I possibly can. This is Kreia. I completely lost track of what I was doing. Oh, have I even given her a lightsaber yet? I'm not even sure I have. Tell you right now that you can get all influence you need with Disciple by talking to him. Ah, okay. Mira, you can get close. One influence gain outside of dialogue? Okay. Good to know. I might swap Disciple out for Baldur, like, right now then, honestly. Oh. Baldur is one of the trickier ones because after Telos, pretty much every influence opportunity is outside of dialogue. That's actually really interesting. Very good to know. Thank you. I'm learning all kinds of useful things tonight. What am I doing with her? Oh, right. I was giving her weapon focus lightsaber, I think. She already has master dueling. I just need to actually give her a lightsaber, because I'm pretty sure I haven't yet. Pretty sure I hadn't found any the last time I brought her out with me. I mean, she has a tendency to pop in whenever she's needed, so, you know. Huh. I legitimately thought she already had heal. Or, improved heal, rather. Interesting. Oh, she's got several levels to go, so I don't need to think quite so hard about this, I guess. She has the feat that makes her saving throws harder to resist, which makes her pretty good for crowd control type stuff. Although insanity doesn't actually do damage, it looks like. Insanity lasts longer. I guess it doesn't have any effect on a successful save. I'm debating whether it's worth it to give her stun in anticipation of stasis field. But they're similar enough and both non-damaging. There's a point where I'm not sure there's a point to having both, honestly. Sort of like the light side versus dark side version of the same thing. I mean, it's flavored differently, to their credit, but... Oh. See... Oh, maybe it does tell me. Hold on. KOTOR 1 didn't say what kind of a saving throw, for at least most things, and I kind of got out of the habit of looking. I guess this game does tell you. And it does make sense that will save would be harder than a fortitude. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I accidentally picked the right one. Force resistance. I've been sticking it on everybody when I don't have another plan, just because I learned from KOTOR 1. Sooner or later, and probably before I expect it, I will end up running into Sith, and it will be useful to have. Insanity is also just metal as fuck. Yes, it is. Very much so. And kind of on brand for Kreia, I feel like. No, not blaster pistols. What am I doing? she has... I know I've asked this question before. Force drain only works on Force users, right? Like, if I'm fighting, say, a random bandit, who's a person, not a droid, but not a Jedi or Sith or Force sensitive, Force drain would not work on them, right? Okay. Thank you. You might have even been the person who answered me the last time I asked. Thank you for your patience. There's a lot to remember in this game. Especially when it's mixing up with memories of last game. Works on animals. Oh, that's interesting. Wait a second. Oh. Well, I'm glad I noticed that. I'm a dumbass. I have not given her finesse lightsabers yet. Seems so weird that all of the Jedi are dexterity builds. But they use lightsabers, and you have to take a special feat in order to actually use dex with it. It's weird. Like, from a D&D perspective, it makes sense, but... I think... You says yes, but I think... I misled you? Told you it works on bots. Oh! We got into the whole conversation about, your dog's name is Bot? Or Bots? That's funny. Yeah, because we got in the whole conversation about everything having force, because it's everywhere, versus what it actually means in terms of being able to drain it. I got you. I remember that now. Annoying thing is damage still doesn't scale with dex. What do you mean? I thought that was the whole point of finesse lightsabers. Oh, chance to hit. Oh, I see what you mean. Son of a bitch. That is annoying as fuck. May have to start dropping some points into strength for some people. That is really fucking annoying, yeah. I don't hate dex. It's more useful for more things than strengths, at least in D&D. Because it increases defense as well, exactly. But it is really annoying that they made... I mean, you could make lightsabers the one... I mean, it's a laser sword. It doesn't weigh anything more than what the handle weighs, right? It would not be that crazy to make lightsabers the one melee weapon that uses dex by default. Right? Because it's the one thing where you're not having to swing around an actual weapon the length of the weapon. It would make perfect sense for that to be dex-based. Even if it was the only dex-based melee weapon in the entire game, it'd make all the sense in the world. But no. Gotta go and nerf everybody's damage and hope you notice. Which I obviously didn't until I was told just now. Thanks, Constitution. Wisdom, Intelligence. Plants give you crazy stat buffs. Basically laser katanas, so I agree they should be dex. I mean, it makes sense if you have a weapon that's this big in terms of what you actually have to hold. It makes sense that it would come down to, like, reflexes and basically wrist movement, where the blade goes more than wrist strength or arm strength, because you're not moving an entire weapon, it's just a handle. I don't know. You say I think some lightsaber crystal. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for those. Have dex attributes. That would be useful. I think I might have actually seen one that was. I might have it on my lightsaber actually that had +1 dex. It doesn't do dex damage as far as I know, if that's what you're talking about, but it does boost +1 to dex. I think. It'd be cool if certain lightsaber forms made them scale with different stats. That would be very cool. It would make the lightsaber forms less flexible than I feel like they were designed to be. Like, I feel like they were designed to be switched mid-combat easily enough, whereas if they changed the stats, then you'd end up always using a certain set, because that's what, like, works with your stats, I guess. But, again, it transforms him just swinging as hard as he fucking can as the strength scaling. Yep, that one makes perfect sense. Definitely need to give her that. Even if it doesn't increase her damage. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that makes the Valor powers more useful than I realized. Because if they increase physical stats, that means that Master Valor is giving a +5 to all of the Dex users wielding lightsabers who have a 10 strength. Oh, wait. Oh. He had 2 PowerPoints. Right, okay. Does the force redirection... Does the reflecting... back at enemies part apply, like... What am I trying to ask? This gives you the ability to reflect attacks back at enemies if you're not holding a lightsaber. Can you do that by default if you have a lightsaber? Or do you still need the feat in order to do it at all? Here we go. Gotcha. Okay. So by default with a lightsaber then, I'm guessing. My goodness, I thought that was the last level she had. Passive dodges blaster fire. Yeah, what I was wondering though is, because you have blaster bolt deflection with a lightsaber, some amount of it. So the power, I guess? Power or feat, whichever one it was, lets you basically get some amount of blaster bolt deflection without a lightsaber, but do you also get the redirect part by default with a lightsaber? Or do you have to take the feat in order to get the redirect part? It was what I was wondering. Godsend on Telos. Yeah. That's why just about everybody I had on Telos has the first level of it. It was like, this cannot... Well, okay, maybe I should start... Can't make her high in everything. Gotcha. Lightsaber already has reject. Okay. I just want to make sure, because that's a cool ability. Gotcha. Once I finally figured out how to use Force Jump in KOTOR 1, when it worked, it was very fun. It was me and Juhani were the two that had it. We would just, like, bounce. Like, both of us just shoom. Yo, blast fire. Did I counsel? Tell everyone near you one force attack. Yeah, that makes sense. When it works, it's so much fun. When it doesn't work, you feel a little silly just running over to the enemy. Like, oh, never mind. I guess I'll do it the old-fashioned way. We can give her a disabled droid because she has a lot of, like, Insanity doesn't do anything to droids. I guess Force Wave does. But might as well give her a way to do a little extra damage to droids since they seem to come up a lot, at least so far. It's also apparently an obstacle thing, like if there's a little pebble in your path, I guess you can't jump over it. But if it's like an open path, you're fine. And somebody explained it to me as like, yeah, Force Wave is awesome. I haven't used it in this game yet, but KOTOR 1 I had on Jolie and used it quite regularly, actually. Good grief. I keep thinking it's her last level, and apparently I underestimated just how long it's been since I've actually brought her with me on purpose instead of her just tagging along because she felt like it, I guess. Just love it, especially when an enemy gets stunned. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so I know I've gained influence with her. So the first two influences, or influence messages I got with Kreia, one was a gain and one was a loss. So those canceled out, basically. But I know I've gotten, I think, 2 other gains since then. Maybe 3. I was told in the beginning that her thing might not budge as, like, I might not be able to see the progress as much on hers or at all on hers as on everybody else. Some influencers are more than others. I thought they were all 8. Or do you mean some people are more influenced than others? Because, yeah, I noticed. Visas went from surprisingly neutral Sith to angelic ex-Sith way faster than I expected. Oh, and vanilla. Okay, so it's all 8. All influences are 8 points because I'm using the restored content mod. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. And is it true that, or am I remembering correctly, that it doesn't show on Krea's because of the whole she's always neutral thing? For reasons, apparently. Somebody said that for reasons, wink wink, and I didn't ask further because I appreciated the lack of spoilers. But for reasons I have yet to discover, it doesn't show on her thing. Is that accurate? Okay. Sorry, disciple. I will take you out sometimes, even if I can. I mean, he must. I'm just playing restored content mod because I was told before I even started the game that I should. For multitudes of reasons, and that was backed up everywhere I looked, so I was like, okay, enough said. I take your word for it.
What is...
I was trying to remember. The +1 charisma and wisdom was meant for somebody, but it wasn't her. I don't remember who it was, but it wasn't her because. Oh, I was saying last week that as soon as I realized how many of the companions can prestige, I had this really fun mental image of basically training my own personal Jedi army. That was a really fun thought, especially after the council bullshit. So I stuck the crystal on this lightsaber that gave it a +1 charisma and +1 wisdom because I figured I can't. Or I guess I could, but it's probably not a great idea to focus on leveling everybody's wisdom and charisma in hope that I successfully prestige them. So some of them are gonna maybe need a boost. Glitches that give you differing values. I see them, it's fixed. All influence changes or increments. Ah. Okay. So I guess only the Jedi Master Ups can be upgraded. Which I guess makes sense. I forgot for a half a second that you can't actually see any difference on her anyway in terms of style, so would love if there were mods that added worlds, voice actors, main characters. Always felt it was missing that. Yeah. I can kind of go both ways with the whole voiced main character thing. Like, I definitely see pros and cons to both. I don't even know if I have a specific, like, distinct preference. I do have a specific distinct preference for the dialogue that shows you exactly what you're actually going to say, which seems to come more with unvoiced main characters. But that's more of a because of the dialogue than because of the unvoiced. Like, I have no problem with voiced main characters. I just sometimes find myself really wishing I knew that that was what they were going to say when I chose that dialogue option. You know what I mean? Strength +1 doesn't actually do her good because got a 10. Voices are not 100% prefer picking sentences over a dialogue wheel. Exactly. Exactly what I'm saying. Tomorrow I thought I heard supposed to be a feature, but ran out of time. What, the voice main character? Oh, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure the blade I took from her isn't going to be an upgrade for him. Increases dexterity by 1. Basically, I could give him an extra +1 to his modifier for either dexterity or constitution. Dexterity is currently only a +1. You mean DAO? Dragon Age Origins? I'm guessing it's because it applies. Yeah. That is a good middle ground, I think, if you're not gonna have a voice main character. I think, like I said, I kind of enjoy having a voice main character, especially when it ends up, like, you get to hear the sassiness that you chose. But there are two things that I don't like that voice main characters, at least in the games I've played, always seem to come with. One is the dialogue wheel that doesn't tell you what you're actually going to say. And the other is that it seems like I don't know whether it's because of the dialogue wheel or because of the voicing, possibly both, but there seem to be fewer dialogue options per choice in general. Like here, there'll be, well, I mean, sometimes there are 1 or 2, but sometimes there are like 6 or 7. And you never see 6 or 7 with a voice main character, ever. They're in Origins of the Aged. You've been playing Baldur's Gate 2. How have you been liking it? I've heard the earlier ones are kind of tricky to get a hang of, but I haven't actually played them myself. Rosanian Scout Belt. I don't remember when I got that. Okay, given that it's called Frozanian, Frosian. I was not expecting the description to be mammalian bipeds from the lush paradise of Froze. It sounds like an icy Arctic tundra, honestly, but okay. Lush and paradise. We'll go with that. Why not? Is giving her +1 bonus to damage better, or I'm going to Frozania for the weekend bathing suit. To get a hang of. Restart a couple times. Like normal difficulty. Gotcha. Oh. I have a sleepy kitty telling me he's awake. Probably asking for dinner. We'll get you your dinner momentarily, okay? Just make sure I got everybody all not stupid gear. Oh, interesting. I thought I only had the 1 orange crystal. Where did I get an orange lightsaber from? Because I bought the orange crystal specifically, I think. I feel a little dumb if I bought an orange crystal, not realizing I literally already had an orange lightsaber in my inventory. I wouldn't put it past myself, but still. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? His might be bronze. I didn't even know bronze was a thing.
Yeah?
I hear you.
Yeah, it does look practically the same. You sleepy boy. Oh. You hungry? You come to tell me you woke up from your nap and you're ready for some dinner. Sometimes he wakes up from a nap and he just feels the need to come tell me he woke up from his nap. Like he just wants to come and poke me and tell me that nap has ended. I don't know. But in this case, I think he is hungry. You hungry? Okay. Come get you some dinner. I did remember to redo the clip shuffler link, so hopefully while I'm on BRB screen, it will actually play new clips for you guys, because I have plenty of them. I just apparently, I think, has to get remade every time or something. Okay, give me just a couple minutes, I'll be right back.
For winning. Big freaking heroes, Inquisitor. All of us.
Ain't we just? Got him. That time too, my finger was starting to hurt. Both the advantage and disadvantage of being so planet efficient. The advantage is that I haven't run into too many of those until now. The disadvantage is that I haven't run into enough for me to get good at it yet. The intrusive thoughts absolutely took over. Hey, that's what they never told you in the Star Wars lore, is maybe that's how the dark side falls actually happen. Maybe you don't have to go through the whole chain of spoilers and anger and hate and suffering. Maybe sometimes it's just one trip and then intrusive thoughts. You'd be the worst Jedi. Oh, interesting. He can go fully rogue. They might have left a loose wire in there. Oh wait, that's free will. There are hazards to programming a droid with free will, I suppose. I can sell stuff. Thank you, Ghost, for that. And Genobi for hitting enter for him, because he's notoriously bad at hitting enter for himself.
My wife warned me not to take a loan from Davik. Now I can't pay him back. It's not good to owe a crime lord money. He'll just keep sending more bounty hunters after me till I'm dead.
Luckily for me, they were not, in fact, better at fighting the Deadeye Duncan. I can sell stuff. Thank you, Ghost, for that. And Shinobi for hitting enter for him, because he's notoriously bad at hitting enter for himself. I am Revan. Jeremy spin you. That didn't make any sense. That flop, though.
My wife warned me not to take a loan from Davik. Now I can't pay him back. It's not good to owe a crime lord money. He'll just keep sending more bounty hunters after me till I'm dead.
Luckily for me, they were not, in fact, better at fighting the Deadeye Duncan.
For winning. Big freaking heroes, Inquisitor. All of us.
Ain't we?
Well, that's annoying. I literally just did it this evening. It's supposed to be set. Play clips specifically from whatever game is currently set as my Twitch category. So it should only be playing KOTOR 2 clips, actually. I don't know if there's a single KOTOR 2 clip in there, but I know I saw at least a couple of KOTOR 1 and that one Inquisition one that came up twice for some reason. I don't know what's up with this. Anyway, thank you guys for your patience. Oops. Okay. Do a lap around the ship first. Never mind. Partially checking to see which of these directions are actually travelable, and partially just checking corners for anything interesting. Frog creature, got it. I'm guessing this is travelable. Oh, that's why they look familiar. I remember now. Beach, right? My choice was Canucks or Mercenaries, something like that. I thought I was seeing a building up that way, but
here.
They sure do die funny.
Let us end this.
Oh, we were. A little confused.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with.
I think we got stuck on the hitbox of that tree. Seriously? Trixie body told me there was loot, and there was no loot. Not the first time a dead body has lied to me, but still. That sounded weird out of context, but it was in the game, I swear. Tall grass is kind of making me nervous. I'm like, also, it might just be graphics, but in theme it sort of works that the graphics glitches are making it kind of hard to tell what I'm looking at sometimes, much in the way an actual thunderstorm probably would. If not for exactly the same reason. The first gameplay? Yeah. When I first played, I think it non-stop, finished in like a week. Playing till slept during summer vacation. Nice. Yeah, I only play on stream. So if I don't have time to stream, then I don't play. Which is part of how it stretched out so long. Although, to be fair, oop, hold on. What do we have here? One of those real predators, I guess. The Chris Hansen kind. To be fair, I am at 70, almost 74 hours. Probably 74 by now. So, you know, I also just take my sweet time with it, but...
This won't take long.
I hear you.
I don't know why he insists on using everything but his Master Flurry. Game you gotta play at least twice. The light and dark side, or your side plus a more refined rerun, same side? Interesting. I think I would probably try and do a light side and a dark side. I'm not very good at dark side runs, because as soon as I start having to be a cruel, heartless asshole to my companions, I start to have difficulty. I know, it's just a game, but I can't help it, okay? I struggle with it. So, but I feel like this game might have enough different dark side options that I might be able to, like, this might be one of the few games where I could do a dark side run I could actually potentially do a dark side run without being a complete asshole in general, because, yeah, there are enough dark side choices to give you a bit of variability. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Like, I don't have to choose every dialogue option that's being a jerk. And the philosophical questions are interesting enough that I feel like if I came up with, like, a version that would be primarily considered dark side, but that was like one of those you meant well, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions sort of things, I feel like this game would actually give me the choices to play that out, if that makes sense, because there are so many different kinds of dialogue choices, I guess. You killed Juhani in KOTOR 1 and realized it when you found out she was a possible companion.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had no idea she was a companion. I had chat egging me on, telling me it was possible to not fight her, and I got really, really stubborn about it. And then after I had already not fought her, I realized that she could become a companion. I was like, oh, I see. Chat played me in the best possible way. You can play just as you in real life. At the end you realize if good, neutral, or bad. Honestly, that's how I play most first playthroughs. For the most part, I do play as I would play in real life. Every once in a while, especially in a game like this that has a morality system, I'll choose, like, even then, no. I don't think I do actually choose options specifically for the morality system. It tends to be more of a, like, sometimes I'll choose an option that wouldn't be what I would normally choose, just because I don't know how the written dialogue was meant. Like, when there's a dialogue line that could be said with a couple of different tones, and it could come off as, like, affectionate teasing versus being an asshole, I will usually, or sometimes I will play it safe and not choose that option, because I don't have control over the, like, tone that goes with it, and I don't know what that's going to be, if that makes sense. But other than that, I pretty much do my first playthroughs with what I would actually choose most of the time. Because I don't really know how to play any other way. And it makes it more interesting, because then I'm not trying to play a specific, like, when you're playing through a game for the first time and you don't know what different decisions or dialogue choices will lead to, it's kind of hard to play a consistent, like, character with a certain morality or whatever, because you don't know where things are leading ahead of time. It's easier to do that on, like, a second playthrough if you have more of an idea of, like, basically what different dialogue options are going to represent and that kind of thing. But for a first playthrough, it's kind of hard to not just play as you, because otherwise, like, if you're trying to play a specific, like, type of person, I guess, it can be really hard to pair that with decisions when you don't know enough about the game to predict the outcomes, if that makes sense. I'm saying if that makes sense a lot today, but it's only because my brain is half dead, so I'm not sure if I am making sense. Voice acting does help sometimes because, at the very least, it gives you an idea. Like, if you click one dialogue option that you think is going to be one way and it ends up being a different way, it can give you a hint for how to interpret similar types of situations with dialogue options in the future. But it only works if the dialogue wheel is really true to what the actual dialogue is. That was one thing that Dragon Age Veilguard was actually... I was relieved because I think it was a little bit better in Inquisition, but I remember really struggling in Dragon Age 2. Although I think Dragon Age, if I'm remembering correctly, Dragon Age 2 didn't have the tone indicators either, which didn't help. I might be misremembering that. But basically I played Origins, Dragon Age 2, Inquisition, the whole Mass Effect trilogy in the form of Legendary Edition. Then The Witcher, the first one. Then Mass Effect Andromeda. And then Dragon Age Veilguard, and then KOTOR. So I've been kind of like all over the place a little bit. I mean, I play the series in order, but not necessarily all back to back. So sometimes I mix up which one's which. But Veilguard, though, I was relieved that, and pleasantly surprised that a lot of times the dialogue choices ended up being basically what you were expecting them to say, but sometimes a little bit better. But it was never like you pick a at least I don't remember there ever being a specific instance where you pick a dialogue option and they say something that was totally like, wait a second, that's not what I meant at all. What the hell? Where it feels like your character's gone rogue from what you chose or whatever. Which was nice. So the voice acting can definitely help if they're consistent like that. If they're not consistent, the voice acting can only help so much because you never know what's coming. What about Mass Effect? Oh, I was just saying that I was zigzagging. So I played Mass Effect Legendary Edition and Andromeda between Inquisition and Veilguard. So my mental history of BioWare dialogue evolution is kind of out of order of how it actually was. It's kind of a side tangent that didn't really matter too much to the whole point, to be totally honest, but... A person? That does look like a person. Oh, hang on. Level up companions first. Mass Effect's great. Helps you find a fix after KOTOR withdrawals. Nice. Get Mr. Skills over here. My goodness. A new Star Wars game called Zero Company. My phone notifications, like the news feed silent notification things that I cannot for the life of me figure out how to turn off. I clicked on one thing about a Star Wars game, and it was a really cool sounding, like mega mod for Starfield. It was like overhaul mod was the term I was looking for. It looked really cool. So I shared it in the Discord, but ever since then, it keeps trying to bait me with Star Wars stuff, and I'm like, no, go away. I don't want you to pop up on my phone at all. But if you're going to, I would rather you just, like, every once in a while, maybe I'll click on something, but I don't want to know everything about everything that has the word Star Wars in it that ever exists. Because otherwise it will find every article ever published on the entire web and spam it on my phone. I've already forgotten if I had a plan for this level or not. Actually, I don't think I had a plan for the last level. That's how I ended up realizing that I didn't have enough lightsabers. Normally, I would put off giving her regenerate force points since she has drain force. But she has drain force, which she can only use on, like, Sith or Jedi, I guess. So and her force, she's kind of both support and AoE, so I'm gonna go ahead and give her regenerate force before vitality. Because regenerating force points means she can heal people and regenerate vitality that way. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about Zero Company, but I had heard... I was aware that there were some new Star Wars things of some kind. I knew one was the Starfield one, I knew one was a Lego something or other. But beyond that, I didn't really know much. Does it look good? Oh, the trailer, Zero Company looks cool. Gameplay like KOTOR. Oh, interesting. Honestly, the name Zero Company, I was kind of assuming that it was going to be a shooter, combat focused type of thing, I guess. Thinking more like... I should not have started that sentence because I'm not well versed enough in the many different Star Wars games out there to draw an accurate comparison, but it sounded more like a combat based than a story based RPG was where I was going with this lot. Ooh. Master Heal removes stun. That is... Yes, please. I'll take it. Why not? Oh, and I think I can level up too. Yeah. Yay! Well, games, great. Star Wars, Jedi Academy. I don't make like that anymore. I think Jedi Academy might have been one of the ones I started. I had a couple of free ones on like a limited time freebie downloads. I want to say either Epic Games or GOG. And I started playing one of them at one point. I think it was first Jedi Academy game, but if there's another one with a similar title, then I might be mixing them up. Hard to remember sometimes. Do the DCs for things like persuasion checks get progressively harder in this game? Or is it kind of like, at least my impression of KOTOR 1, where once you get like your persuasion, for example, to a certain level, you kind of don't need to add any more points? 2 games? I think I did start that one at one point. I didn't get super far. I was in like a ruins. It was like a puzzle combat test thingy. And I kind of just never went back to it. They do? Okay. Gotcha. Keep adding. 10-4. Thank you. Next level, I can get Master Battle Meditation. Taking master speed. Okay, next level is 171k.
Yeah?
Sorry, I was trying not to deafen anybody there for a second. I quick saved and Baudora went, as though I had clicked on him. It's kind of a weird meta moment. Sounded like he was responding to the fact that I quick saved. Like, oh, why are you doing that? Wait, why are we quick saving? What's going on? Yeah, I wonder if I'll do it again. Nope, one-off weirdness. Fair enough.
I will silence this one.
I've got some news.
Whoa.
The space battle is still going on. The Hawk's sensors just picked up a contact heading to the moon. Most of the ship's systems are powered down, so it's about all I got. That ship may have landed nearby, though. Or it may be on the other side of the moon. So you might want to prepare for another friendly Onderon welcome.
What's up?
Let me handle this. You asked for it. What's going on?
Yes.
There is no way to deter them, is there? I know what type of asteroid, but I don't like it. Actually, why did this thing swallow sonic grenades? The fuck? No singing to the animals' force powers in this game. That one swallowed a gun. Let me see if anything else dropped anything. Kind of excited the various creatures. They can see through hills and swallow guns, so I mean, gotta give their senses a certain amount of credit, I suppose. Such a bizarre angle. Waiting for the cutscene. Yeah, I think it's time to go. Or is there more over there? Eaten away by the jungle. If it was repaired, you need to access the computer that controls it to get it operational again. Oh goody. This is a kitty cat. Probably a hungry one, if I had to guess. Which I do, because, at least for now, I'll go back that way eventually, but one thing at a time. Or one path at a time.
Fallen.
terrain here is so weird. Like, I can't tell if I'm in a tunnel or if it's just cliffs and I can't quite look all the way up at the sky. I think it's a little of both, actually. Oh, hang on. I'm going the longer way. Usually I try to knock out the short, like, side paths as I go. Because then I can kind of, like, zigzag back and forth, progress along without having to backtrack to places I might have missed. I just realized I was on the path toward whatever the rest of the map holds, so. Okay, kitty cat. You can go play now.
How do you like that?
That feels like a flashing trap. Parts, components, parts, components, components, parts, and components. Got it, thanks. Not sure what else I was expecting to get out of there, but... Parts and components and parts and components and components and parts and components. That turns into a tongue twister if you say it too many times. Well, I've got plenty of parts now. I'll fix the computer board. Droid carrier systems loading. We're malfunctioning. Remote droids. A9FO. I think that's the one that we tried to talk to. I don't know if that means here. I tried to overload a console once and blew it up in my own face. I'm extra careful about these now. I mean, it was after I clicked on the droid, so I assume it was for that, but... Don't know where that is yet. Probably further down that one path. I was trying to see if those were droids or people. KOTOR 1 overloads a console for 1,000 damage. Yep. Did that a couple of times by mistake. Wasn't expecting them to give you an option to, like, TPK by, like, electrical overload to the face. I mean, you know. Just wasn't expecting it. Primary function, but it doesn't tell me what that is. I mean, if they were HK droids, there would be absolutely no doubt what that is. Well, it neither disabled the droids nor did damage to the mechanics around it. Offline. Access denied. That's interesting. So, twitching could have been a bad sign, because access denied. Or it could have been just a glitch. It did give me XP? Oh, sweet. Well, that's good to know. The thing is, I don't know what overloading them does. I mean, obviously, aside from giving me XP and making things spark and making me lose access to them. But I don't really have access to do anything else with them anyway. And this one didn't attack me when I walked by or clicked on it the first time. Yeah, I honestly thought that the mechanics were close enough that at least if it was like overloading the computer consoles, would have gotten it, but apparently it doesn't have quite the same range. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is I'm a little nervous because I quote unquote lose access, but it didn't look like they were destroyed, so I'm not sure if I want to do anymore because now I have no idea what they're doing. I don't know whether the whatever creatures are up there, whether they're people or... The one on the left doesn't really look like a droid. The one on the right is backlit enough it's hard to tell. Oh! Okay, I see what you mean. Gotcha. That makes sense, actually. Blow them up to fix them. I like it. I'm gonna see if I can learn anything from the nearby ones repair before I do the one that is within sight of strangers, because I don't know who they are or where they want, and I feel like or like what brought them here. I feel like I want to know more about these droids before. I'm a little jaded here because... Actually, not... I was going to say the last droid that I repaired and put in patrol mode, except I didn't actually put it in patrol mode. And it wasn't actually technically the last droid I fixed. The last droid I fixed that was potentially hostile that I made not hostile, engaged in patrol mode, was the ones in my, like, the room where I was being held in the, on the yacht. The one I was thinking of with the HK droid, in, I think, was it in the mining facility? Yeah, the exploding one. Optimizing things suddenly feels a little riskier after that one. Not gonna lie. But it didn't attack me, so it seems normal. Hopefully. Okay, he's still green. kind of funny that it limps or hobbles, kind of like an old man droid. Well, so much for the shields, I guess. I don't know why I was nervous to overload that last one, other than it was standing within obvious eyesight, and I didn't know what would happen, like, because I don't know whether the people who were standing there are affiliated with the droid transport ship thing. I'm probably overthinking it. But it's their fault, they being the game devs, because they taught me to overthink this shit by making the first droid I tried to repair to help me out blow up in my face after trying to kill me. They caused this paranoia. I don't know what they expected. But oh, overload. Oh, great. Overload incomplete. That's not good. May or may not be bad, but I think that's the one that just got blown up. Yeah. Okay. There probably was something weird about that one, but my fear of sparks didn't end up mattering. Oh, I just had to repair the computer. I feel dumb. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Did I mention my brain is mush today? Because my brain is mush today. That's what you got too. Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Let's get this over with. This won't take long. How do you like that?
Detonator gloves. Neat. We appreciate the loot.
Orbital fighting just ended. That Colonel Tobin stirred up a Minox nest when he took a shot at us. I'm still working on the repairs, and I have to take down some systems, including sensors. So you have to do without me for a while. I know, you're crushed.
Let's get this over with.
Just the legs. That reminded me. I really wish they put some of the more important tidbits of, or like summaries of stuff you've learned from conversation in the journal instead of just in the dialogue history. It's hard being a droid with 1 HP. Yeah, that's the rough life, honestly. Shields or no shields. Because there was something way back in like the Pragus mining facility. That I was supposed to pay attention when something certain happened and it had something to do with force connection or like, hold on. Is it in my passive powers actually? This. Problem is, I don't remember what the warning looks like. Was that the warning? The whole extreme danger thing? Was that what it looks like? Because it pops up so rarely, I forgot what it even was, let alone what it... how to recognize when it happened. Supposed to be a warning to save your game. Incredibly inconsistent. Gotcha. Was that what that was? The, like, Kreia fogged vision without any, like, dialogue or conversation with Kreia or anything like that? I just did that, though. That was? Okay. Maybe I'll remember it next time. Ah. Mapping functions as a remote droid return only errors. It cannot be put on patrol mode. Locked in fire support mode. That's okay. It'll probably survive longer in fire support mode anyway, to be honest. But it means if I want its help, I'm gonna have to lure right people over here. You've led us on a very fine chase, human. The battle above was your doing, yes? Our ship is quite damaged now. Throw down your weapons, yes? Your bounties are worth more if you're still very much alive. Why are you hunting me? Changes put a bounty on your head. Very profitable amount. My family has accepted the job. Wonder what would happen if I had Goto's droid with me. Who are you? Zenti Jug. You've heard of the Jug family, yes? We're bounty hunters. Very effective, very famous. I killed a bunch of them on Narshada. Your family tried to kill me on Narshada. It's very unfortunate. I had told my lesser brothers to wait until I was present. They could not. I must correct the error. I didn't start the space battle. Your view is narrow, human. The battle was your responsibility whether you admit it or not. In some sense, we are doing you a favor. The reception you would receive on Onderon would be a cold one. What do you mean? You've got the eye of someone very powerful on Onderon. You want you dead. You don't need to worry about that now. Oh, goody for me, I guess. You make a deal? You Jugs are very good at making deals. Not when making a deal requires breaking another. We've gone on long enough. Brothers, shoot them, but try not to kill them. I can't make the same promise. Sorry. The valley distance. It's not. Hello. Hello. My trick is a distraction one, right? But it's a stealth thing? Yeah, stealth thing. Well, I didn't. Okay. Just checking. She did, in fact, get master speed from me. That's nifty.
I hear you.
Not sure why you can get a precognitive warning for this.
Let me handle this. How do you like that?
Yeah, me either. I was genuinely expecting that to be harder than it was. Apparently so. Young bull minded. I'm about to find out. Hopefully there isn't a parental boma around here somewhere. I think I might be about to find that out too. Or no other stuff. Got it. It feels like I'm going up into like a fortress, maybe. I was gonna say like a ramp up into like a tree house or something. Part of a ship? Tree? Rock? No idea what I'm looking at. This is a very strange place. Maybe part of a ship. That would make sense with the wreckage, I suppose. I just walked right. Skeletal corpse. No, I don't know. There we go. Oh, dead Republic soldier. Hidden Mandalorian anti-air turrets forced us to crash outside the landing zone. We lost half our troops to beasts streaming out of the jungle, and the rest of us are getting hammered by Mandalorian emplacements. We're pinned down, cut off from command, and the thumping of the big guns hasn't died down for hours. I keep forgetting that I did go back down this path. I keep thinking there's a path behind me that I haven't been down yet. Wow, I stopped right before.
You let the ship escape? I will deal with your failure later, Captain. But for now, find that ship. Our ally has indicated that the Jedi hasn't left the system yet. Send a detachment to Duxon. If you find anything, alert me immediately. Now get out of my sight.
Interesting. Oh goody, more cat. Oh, really? Forgot how to click buttons there for a second. Oh boy. The HK sync dance. Oh goody. They were out of sync there for a second.
Unnecessary observation. You are eliminating many of us Jedi, but such actions only delay the inevitable. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostilities.
Yes, we know.
Optimal accuracy ratio achieved.
This won't take long.
I keep forgetting that that's everybody within a certain area.
Systems. Failing, master. Oh. Systems.
Let us
failing,
end
master.
Fallen.
Systems failing, master.
Ah, jeez. Well, now I guess I don't feel like I wasted all those buffs.
Fallen.
I hear you. Stop. That is not the skeletal remnant of a war long past. That is a recent kill. It appears that Duxon isn't as abandoned as we would be led to believe.
Did the Mandalorians return here?
The past has a curious attraction to us all. Perhaps he came in a small shuttle to revisit old battlegrounds. Perhaps not. But let us press forward. You may find the answers you seek.
Why do I feel like coming from Kreia that is basically a guarantee? Rather than a speculation. Hoping I'd get to ask the others. I mean, I was thinking he's probably not alone, but Canderous was, so I don't know. Why does this door look like an illusion? Answerable to anything short of high-grade explosives. It doesn't give me the option to use high-grade explosives.
Let's go.
Okay, he's my detonations expert, so I figured I'd try. I have a feeling I'm destined to come across some high-grade explosives sometime soon, if I had to guess.
This won't take long.
Sure do have weird heads, don't they? I don't know why, it just feels like a good idea. I am so terrible. I'm a fail nerd. It's official. I should know what that logo is. Right off the top of my head, I feel like. Mandalorian? Yep.
Hold it right there. We've got you surrounded. I'm surprised you got this far. The jungle doesn't usually let its prey go that easily. What are you doing here?
What are you doing on Duxton?
We claimed this moon decades ago, when we reforged ourselves after XR Kuhn's defeat. Some of us call it home. Why are you trespassing here?
I was thinking of starting a Zerka office here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can we say that's why I brain farted, is because it made no sense in the context? Can we blame my nerd fail on that? Because, yeah, it does kind of make no sense. Unless it does, in which case, yikes, I guess. Our ship crashed when we were forced to land here.
We expected as much. Few visit Duxon by choice. We have orders to escort you to our camp. Our leader wants to speak to you.
Fair assessment.
This may prove of use to us. Let us hear his words and see if they hold any value.
It's a lot of Mandalorians. And I mean, they're talking to me, so I'd rather not fight them if I can help it. Well, probably not very in-character thing for me to say, but... Well, she did say she was kind of sick of war, so maybe it is an in-character thing for me to say. I mean, to be fair, not like they're pillaging existing colonies or anything. They're kind of just existing as far as I can tell. Doesn't mean they're not up to something, but also I guess it makes sense that they might call it home, although home, a campfire on a muddy mountaintop is a little bit interesting, but okay. Lead on then. This looks more like home. Big ass doors though.
So you're the intruder. Our sensors picked up your handiwork in space. I am Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians.
Is Mandalore sort of like a King Charles type of name where it's like whoever's the leader gets called Mandalore? Or is there actually only one Mandalore? Because I was assuming the Mandalorians were named after Mandalore. That kind of seemed to be what Canderous... Well, that's what I assumed based on the way Canderous talked about him. It's a title name. Okay. That clears up everything. I was going to have all kinds of questions about how freaking ancient this guy is, because he's got an entire race of, like, warriors named after him who were quite fearsome and quite plentiful like 10 years ago. So how old is this dude? If it's a title, that makes a lot more sense. I wonder if my character would know that. feel like maybe I don't want to bring up the war until I know what he wants from me, because, you know, kind of a sore subject, given that we were very much on opposite sides. What is this place?
This used to be the heart of the Mandalorian war effort. From this complex, we commanded an armada that had the Republic on the run. It didn't last.
Why did you use Dachshund?
Mandalorians have a rapport with this jungle. Every moment here is a struggle. All creatures gripped in a constant war for survival. The sole purpose of the weak is to feed the strong. We train here and learn the lessons of the jungle. The beasts also help us keep our edge.
You were basically the biggest reason they were destroyed besides Revan. Yeah, and I'm not... Given how he's talking to me, I'm not convinced that he actually knows who I am yet, which is part of why I don't want to bring up the war just yet. Because, you know, you might know who somebody is, and you might have seen, like, pictures or, I guess, holograms of them. But then you come face to face with them 10 years later, and out of context, you might not immediately make the connection, right? I'm trying to guard my ass, because this is a very large camp full of a whole lot of Mandalorians, and I don't want another Sith Academy incident where I have to fight my way out against literally everybody. Your camp looks like it's seen better days.
Covert camps are not meant to attract attention. Because we conquered them, the people of Onderon still hold a grudge against the Mandalorians. So we keep our presence here a secret.
I thought the Mandalorians were disbanded.
Scattered, perhaps. But we're still alive. Alive and rebuilding.
Oh, great. I mean, the second one kind of makes sense from an out-of-character perspective, but I can't quite figure out how my character would think that Mandalorians are just blasters for hire, considering that she... Because if that was the case, then who would have hired them to take over the entire Outer Rim, right? Like, that doesn't sound like the kind of thing that somebody hired a bunch of, like, souped-up mercenaries for. So the second one doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, to be totally honest. I mean, he seems not particularly prickly. In fact, he seems far more personable than any Mandalorian I've interacted with in either game so far, I think. With one. The only Mandalorians I've seen are thugs. Oh, context these days. Okay. I guess that makes sense in the context of these days. I guess that kind of makes the first one a little bit less, potentially less insulting too, if it's an implied, hey son, how's it going? Good to see you. If it's implied to be in the context of, like, recently. Only Mandalorians I've seen are thugs.
Many Mandalorians have fallen from the path of honor, and are now no more than common mercenaries. But that is changing.
He wanted to see me. I haven't had a option to ask him why yet, but okay. Clearly your character knows about how they have... Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to get to Onderon. Do you know how I can get there?
So it's transportation you want. It so happens I have a small shuttle that's more than capable of running the Onderon military blockade. I make occasional trips to ISIS for information and supplies. If you want to go with me, you're going to have to prove your worth.
Why'd you go to Iz's?
It's Mandalorian business, not yours.
Fair enough, I guess. I'm not gonna try and force persuade him. I have a feeling Mandalorians are probably like the... I've forgotten the species name again. I also forgot the name of the dock keeper guy with... His name starts with an F. The funny guys with the New York accents. But I have a feeling that Mandalorians are probably similarly resistant to force persuade, if I had to guess. Can't you tell me more than that?
I could, but I don't know you.
Fair enough.
Once I get to know you, I might tell you more, but not now.
How can I prove myself?
Figure it out yourself. Ask around. See if you can make yourself useful, or something that'll show what you're made of.
Did I misunderstand something? Did the guy we ran into in the jungle not say our leader wants to speak to you? Maybe it was because he, like, anticipated the need for the shuttle? And, like, wants to get us off his planet, but doesn't want to make it too easy or something? Toydarians. Thank you. It was the New York accent that gave it away, wasn't it? I'm trying to keep in mind the context that presumably my character has not really had any, like, person-to-person interactions with Mandalorians, really. Aside, by which I mean, like, an actual conversation since the war. So probably the majority... If you heard about a Jedi stumbling through the forest, wouldn't you want to know what the fuck they're doing? I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Although technically he didn't ask. He just let me ask him a bunch of questions and then he was like, so I have a shuttle. But you gotta prove it. Prove yourself or whatever. You're gonna help me out, make me help you out, at least give me something.
There is one thing. Before your ship landed, we were preparing some demolition work. All the activity forced my men to stop before they finished. The charges need to be detonated before anybody comes across them, so all you'd have to do is flip a switch.
That sounds too easy.
You asked if there was anything you could do, and I told you. Nothing in this jungle is as simple as it seems, though.
And it's opportunity to make you do chores. Also fair. I mean, if you can, why not? What were you gonna blow up?
We were trying to uncover the entrance to a hidden cache of old Mandalorian equipment. The explosives should be easy to find. Just get to it before the Canucks do.
Yeah, and the fact that the Mandalorians in the jungle kind of, like, indicated that they basically assumed that we crash landed, suggests maybe we aren't the first ones. Maybe this is even a habit. Maybe they've done this to other people before. Maybe it wasn't just our leader wants to speak to you specifically. Maybe it's he offers this to anybody who comes stumbling across, just as a, like, efficient way to get rid of them eventually and get some chores out of the deal. How would Canucks be a problem?
Canucks are nothing more than pests, but they have a real talent for screwing up plans. Just get to those explosives in the next day or so and you'll be fine.
Caches? What are in them?
The last month before Duxon fell, the old Mandalore knew that Revan and the Republic were gaining the upper hand. He ordered our best engineers to hide caches of weapons and munitions throughout the moon, safely away from the enemy's hands.
Why didn't the Republic just take them out?
Don't you think they tried? It's real easy to hide things in a jungle. Even when they found some of our caches, our engineers left them some presents.
I take it I have to worry about the cache exploding in my face once I get the actual detonation set off. Something like that. How big are the caches?
They're not much more than a couple of plasteel cylinders. Before you get any bright ideas, if you uncover cache B13, leave it alone. Even if you survive the traps, it would require military-grade explosives to open without the proper access codes. What's inside belongs to the Mandalorians.
I have a wild guess I've already stumbled across that one, unless there are multiple of them, which there might be. See what I can do.
I'll let Kex know that you check out. We found more gear than we can use, so you can trade with him if you need some more supplies. Be careful in the jungle. Our patrols have stopped until the space traffic dies down. The challenging beasts have been cleared from the area, but what's left might still be too much for you.
Thanks, I guess. What an interesting fellow. Oh, that's... Interesting photo indeed.
All scouts report in. What do you want?
Just kidding. I mean, I had to try. Really like this part of the game. It's the first time you really get to talk to Mandalorians. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, I made it. Partially because I was still deciding, and I had mostly decided, but I also kind of forgot. Sorry, to answer Raving's question. I was debating between Weapon Master or Watchman, but I was leaning toward the one that, how did they put it? Doesn't require you to do the hokey pokey. Yeah, it does, without requiring you to play the hokey pokey to trigger your damage benefit. I'm open to arguments for either one. So far from what I've heard, nobody recommends Jedi Master, so I had kind of already ruled that one out. But, I mean, I'll hear points for whichever one you guys enjoy the most. I haven't looked up the specific, like, unique powers or feats individually, so I don't know how good those are, but I like this one for the, like, all-around stuff, but the description of Weapon Master kind of won me over a little bit with the point about being better against bosses that would likely save against your powers, and not requiring you to play the hokey pokey to trigger your damage benefit, because I don't have patience for that shit. Formation says only pro for Jedi Masters. The name sounds cool. Fair. Well, and arguably, in-game, you can be a Jedi Master regardless, right? Like, I assume. as far as I know, they aren't 3 different, like, actual job titles in game, are they? Or something? I don't know. Nothing says... I'd say the game is very playable either way. More flavor than combat advantage, though weapon masters are more powerful in melee. Like Watchmen because of the skills. Crafting this game. Or getting all the force powers. Yeah. The force powers, out of the things that you listed, probably the biggest draw for me. At the first playthrough recommendation from this no spoilers page that I've been taking all of my orders from blindly, but with 0 regrets so far, to be fair. They'd recommended starting off with 14 intelligence, regardless of what build you were doing, so that you would have, and basically talking to you how to make sure that you get enough skill points and everything to unlock story beats and dialogue options as they come available. I don't know if that keeps getting harder. Do I still have that page up? Because basically, if you follow their suggestion, by the time a prestige class is an option, you'll already have the skills you're likely to need to unlock all relevant quests and dialogue. And also, apparently, to craft almost all items and upgrades. I'm not sure that that's actually true, unless they're including, with companions help, but the crafting part can be done with companions, so it doesn't really matter. I'm more worried about the quests and the dialogue part. So I guess their whole strategy was basically making it so that it doesn't, from a skill point perspective, it doesn't matter which prestige class you pick by the time you get there. Because you'll already have enough of a basis to be at the levels you need to be at when you need to be there, I guess. Functionally, yeah, they're all Jedi Masters. Yeah, okay, this is what I was thinking. The only skills you absolutely 100% need to keep maxed out are Persuade and Security. Define maxed out. So DC keeps going up. Oh, so the DC doesn't keep going up for all of them? Mine's cap out at a DC of 35. Repair and computer use stop whenever all repairs are one part. Oh! Almost all my repairs are one spike now. Or one part, rather. I think. I'm going purely based off of the droids I just interacted with. The patrol mode was 2 spikes, or 2 parts, but everything else was only 1. So I guess I'm getting closer. Quest-related thresholds are met before either of those. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I'm not too worried about the skill points specifically. Good to know that I need to keep on top of security, though. I will probably end up going for Weapon Master, honestly. Because I've learned I can gain force points through other stuff. I don't actually know how mastery bonuses work, either. What is a mastery bonus? I guess maybe it'll tell me when I actually prestige, but... Anyway. Oh, gotcha. So you get the mastery bonus when you're maxed out on alignment. Interesting. Is it one or the other? Oh, it's... No, I'm just an idiot. I assume that +3 Constitution is probably from maxing out while I'm still Sentinel, and I'll get the +3 Strength when I actually prestige. I'm looking at it going, well, how come I don't have the +3 Strength yet? It's because I'm looking at a bonus for a prestige class I don't have yet. Duh. Sometimes my mouth speaks before my brain thinks, okay? The stacks, you get bonuses from both. Okay, so yeah, I'm guessing the Constitution is from Sentinel then. Okay. Cool.
So you are the visiting Jedi. You aren't much to look at. Are you here to observe, or do you seek to prove yourself in the battle circle? For Mandalore!
Who are you?
I am Davro, a Mandalorian warrior. I have yet to taste real battle, so I test my worth in the battle circle instead.
I feel like maybe he just answered my question, but why do you fight in the battle circle?
Our history is one of battles and
Fernando.
wars, but there are times when even we must deal with peace.
Deal
the
with.
battle circle allows us to hone our skills by fighting other Mandalorians. It pales to what we really thirst for, honor in battle, but it keeps us prepared. Talk to the sergeant if you want to fight.
Hey, Red Man, how's it going? Are there rules?
A few. No fights to the death. Other parts of our training weed out the weak among us, but that isn't the function of the battle circle. There are individual rules for each fight. The warrior with greater honor determines those, which in your case means any Mandalorian makes the rules.
Got it. Fighting arena, except hopefully minus the Bendak Sword Killer insta-kill.
So the Jedi Order isn't completely dead. You always had hidden strengths. Very hard for even the wisest Mandalore to judge and predict. I have studied much of the Jedi since our defeat. I would be honored to cross blades with you in the battle circle.
I was actually just thinking that. You don't seem as aggressive as the other Mandalorians.
This is not a battlefield, Jedi. If it were, I trust you wouldn't have the same opinion. I prepare and train, readying my mind and weaponry for a real challenge. Peace is not our natural element. Mandalorians handle it differently. I focus on educating myself in the martial techniques I will need to succeed in the next war.
And you two are fight?
No, it is up to the sergeant. The battle circle was not designed to settle petty vendettas and rivalries. Its primary purpose has always been teaching. Learning from books or holovids is useless when battle rages and soldiers are dying around you. Real knowledge can only be gained through combat. Perhaps we can learn from one another in time.
How does the battle circle work?
You talk with the sergeant. Today is his day to preside over the circle. Each fight is different because the Mandalorian with greater honor dictates the terms of the engagement. But there will be no terms if we fight. Everyone else will deny you your lightsaber and the use of your force. But I want to fight you with all your skill. Victory isn't important in the battle circle. What is important is discovering more about yourself and your opponent.
I feel like I shouldn't like him. But I do. Because he seems... He's clever. He's a smart one. Because he's absolutely right. Like, it can't be every day that they get the chance to spar a Jedi in their battle circle. So, if he's correct that everybody else would forbid me the lightsaber and the Force powers, they're kind of hamstringing their own ability to learn how to fight a Jedi, right? Especially if it's, like, a baked-in rule that it's not to the death. It's kind of like, why wouldn't you try and learn from it, right? That's why he has gold armor. Fitting, I suppose. But he's also dangerous. Because he's so smart. Which is why I feel like I shouldn't like him, but I do anyway. Braylor.
This is our battle circle. You should leave us. This place is for Mandalorians alone. Even if the sergeant lets you fight with us, you will never truly be one of us.
So, I'm really bad at detecting subtleties of speech with much background noise as these guys are causing. But is it just me, or are all of the aggressive Mandalorians Aussie? Do they all have slight Australian accents? Actually, might have been the same voice actor for both of those guys. I don't have any idea, but... They're finding disciplined. A lot of younger Mandalorians can be more aggressive because there's something to prove. That makes sense. Enders and KOTOR were mostly raiders and bandits. Why they were assholes. Also kind of makes sense. Spike Tunneler is the stronger one, right? Went through the entirety of KOTOR 1 never actually using them, so, you know. Ooh, Mandalorian power shield. Those have come in handy a couple of times. Gotcha. Thank you. Now that I'm thinking about it, that makes sense, because they were the ones I was selling every time I picked them up in KOTOR 1. As soon as I figured out I was never going to need them, because they were worth more. Oh, I saw the screens and thought it was control room, but it's not. Hold on. It is an orange crystal. I don't know how I ended up buying an orange crystal without realizing that I already had an orange lightsaber in my inventory, but we're just going to pretend that didn't happen and keep looking for the most unique colored crystal I can find. Right now it's orange, so nobody else can have orange. What the fuck just happened? I may have gotten slightly spoiled by my really cool colored dual lightsabers in KOTOR 1 that were very uniquely colored. And I may have gotten really excited when I read through that massive list of colors when Atten asked about my lightsaber early on. Jango Fett talks like a New Zealander, but Attack of the Clones came out in 2002 before K1. But it's possible the voice work was done before the movie came out. KOTOR 2, the voice lines were obviously done after the movie came out, so they probably took inspiration from Jango Fett's actor. Fair enough. And also, I apologize to all the Aussies and New Zealanders out there, but I am not good enough to necessarily tell the difference. Especially with that much background noise. So much your computer isn't working. Got it. It took me 3 tries to actually read that before it disappeared. I was already over here, right? Yep. They sound almost the exact same. Yeah, exactly.
Our number 12. Our training hones us. The galaxy will fear us once more.
You mistook a New Zealander for an Aussie in real life?
So, you're the Jedi the camp's been talking about. Are you planning on exploring the jungles to the south?
I might. Who are you?
I'm Zarga. I instruct our raw Mandalorian recruits in the ways of discipline and battle. I sent one of my warriors, Kumas, into the jungle. It's been 3 days, and I want you to bring back his corpse and his survival pack.
The way he said it, I heard it before I read the subtitle. And I heard RAR, like R-A-W-R, like RAR, I'm a mighty T-Rex, RAR. Or RAR recruits. I don't know why that's what came into my head, but there it is. You sure he's dead?
If Kumas wasn't dead, he'd be back already. If you find his body, just bring it back.
Why do you want the body?
Good point. I don't want his body, just his equipment. Field strip the corpse and bring the gear back.
Find Kumas' bio, bring back his gear. I like that sort of a soldiers on her type of thing. I don't know.
The galaxy will fear us once more.
Boss Mendes.
Right, stand back. Let's see if that Sith's blood. Fixing anything in this rot-infested place is an uphill battle.
It would probably help if you were typing on the computer instead of in the air. Just saying. Keyboard's over there. What's the problem?
This jungle attacks anything made by man. Restoring the generators and computer systems is no easy task.
I don't remember if one of those is higher than the other at the moment. I think they're probably the same. Sis blood. Got some practice restoring computer systems if you need a hand.
I'll take whatever help I can get. Whatever wires and tech haven't been corroded by the jungle are at least 10 years old.
What's the problem?
I'm trying to get the relay dish operational, but several components are broken.
He is
and
better
need
at it.
repair. Without the relay, we're vulnerable to attack, especially right now. Your space battle may have attracted unwanted attention, and our shuttle's sensors can't cover the whole moon.
On the one hand, I feel like it's reasonable for my character to be a little bit reluctant to help hide Mandalorians in general. But, on the other hand, they're talking about getting me off the planet, which means that me and my crew will all know they're here at the very least. So, you know, they might be hidden from the Republic, but they aren't fully a secret anymore. Let's get to work fixing it.
Seems just about everything involved with a relay dish is broken. I've been trying to fix it for weeks and still no success.
I can take a look at it, if you will permit it.
If you think you can help, there's the broken cables right over there, and the relay maintenance structures behind me. You can find the telemetry computer in there. The only thing I know for sure is we need a new phase pulse converter for the tracking computer.
Where can I find a phase pulse converter?
That part's rare enough in most spaceports. Finding one here would be difficult.
We actually already found one in an old weapons cache, but flaming Canox ate it.
Ate it?
That's a problem with Canox. They'll leave you alone if you keep your distance. But if you turn your back on the pests, they'll eat anything they can get in their mouth.
Guess that explains why I pulled a carbine out of the stomach of one of them. Hey, and Doobie, welcome in. YouTube. Y'all are having a great day and night. I got to catch a few hours of pleasant start. Oh, well, I'm glad. Welcome in. I am indeed having a pleasant day. I'm meeting some surprisingly friendly Mandalorians. Not that I'm complaining about that. You know, it's a nice surprise when not everybody is a rude asshole, but, you know. How do you propose I find it?
Just gut every Canox you come across. You wouldn't believe the things you can find in those little beasts.
Must be another way I can find one. I mean, I'm guessing probably not, since Dora said they're hard enough to find in a spaceport, but still.
We checked the cache manifests, and that's the only one that was in storage. It's probably the only working converter on this moon.
Hopefully it survives canic digestive acid. Ugh. They actually ate it?
They're vermin, and no challenge for a Mandalorian. Since they provide no sport, we ignore them. Just gut.
Alright, I'll start looking. Better be worth it.
Alright then. Come back when you have the converter and we can see about getting these systems working again.
Honestly, I'm far more interested in the fact that Bao-Dur is interested in this particular quest. The fact that he seems into helping fix it is motivation enough for me to go slay a bajillion different Canox. Or a bajillion more of them anyway.
Ready to head back to your ship? Give the word and I'll take you there.
Oh. Cool.
We've called off our patrols outside the camp. We usually find some entertainment in clearing out the worst of the beasts. But without our patrols, some of the larger beasts may be around. None of us will be around to bail you out of trouble. You've been warned.
Duly noted. Powder just likes fixing shit. There. And honestly, he's going to be better at it than I am, so fair enough. I'm absolutely willing to let him do it. Why'd you call off your patrols?
Our sensors picked up 3 ships landing in this area after the space battle.
Hi.
If any of the Onderon military come searching for those ships, we don't want them finding our base.
Interesting that military is in the subtitle equivalent of air quotes, which I guess would just be actual quotes. The third was the droid carrier, but I might as well ask anyway. At least, I assume it was.
I don't know. It was some sort of freighter. It didn't land in any of the clearings along the path. Knowing some of the larger Duxan beasts, the crew's probably already dead.
Why are you hiding from the Onderon military?
The people of Onderon still live in fear of us. They were the first world we conquered in the Mandalorian Wars. Their resistance was laughable. We cut through their defenses like vibroblades through cloth. ISIS fell within hours. If they knew we were here, they would eventually gather enough courage to attack us. It is not a battle we wish to wage. Yet.
Is there anyone else on the moon?
Who knows? Our relay dish is down, and until
It's a very
Zuko
dramatic
repairs
shrug
it,
for a guy in so much armor.
the Onderon military has cordoned off the planet, so there shouldn't be anybody else down here. Still, our sensors occasionally pick up signals on the surface.
Signals? What signals?
It's like someone is searching the planet, and doing so under the noses of the military. Whoever they are, they've stayed clear of us.
Why would they search the planet?
I don't know. Duxan's all jungle except for this camp.
Can I help with the relay dish?
If you want to pitch in, go ahead. Zuka hasn't been able to get the damn thing up and running. You can find him in the eastern side of camp, just south of the hangars. Look for the sparking wires, and he won't be far.
Ouch. What did you mean by larger beasts?
We heard reports of a Zakeg wandering the paths around here. They're a good challenge for Mandalorians. If you see one, stay out of its way. Without us to back you up, you'll be dead in seconds.
What's a Zakeg?
It's a huge red lizard that's built like a Baragwan battle tank. It has a hide so thick it might as well be Durasteel plating. We keep clearing them out of the area, but they keep coming back. They're tough opponents for non-Mandalorians.
Do I want to commit to fighting this thing? Because if I respond to his challenge, I'm too damn proud and too damn stubborn to come back without one. So I gotta be sure. I can defeat it.
You fight a Zakeg. If you survived such a battle, you'd gain much honor.
Good to know. I don't know if I want to go as far as no beast on the moon. Because I don't know what kinds of other beasts might be on this moon. Just that there are apparently quite a lot of them. Besides, boasting before you've actually done the thing and going over the top with it is kind of just asking for trouble. Always bite off more than you can chew. If you don't, how are you ever supposed to know how much you can chew? Yes, but you end up way less embarrassed if you don't say you can chew an entire pizza in one bite. And find out the hard way that you cannot, in fact. So we'll go with the... We'll see. I'll be back after I've defeated one. Confident. Not backing down on the confidence that I can take on a Zakeg. But not volunteering to take on literally any beast on the entire moon. Because that feels like just tempting fate.
Strong words. It would be amusing to see you try to kill such a beast. Try the outlying jungle paths if you're determined.
Got me a location to...
And bring me back a trophy from your kill as proof of the deed.
Zakek hunters now, apparently. For better or for worse.
Taking over everything. This place is a mess.
Is that him I'm hearing muttering from all the way over here? Ah, there's Kex.
What do you want?
Ah, not a friendly one, I got it. No Beast on the Spoon is a match for me, is the kind of edginess I live for in these games. See, to me there's something satisfying about being, like, pretty casual about it, like, we'll see. And then coming back with one's head. It's like a shifting of pressure, sort of. Like, if you're super casual about it, and it ends up being harder than you thought and you have to try a couple of times, then you can always brush it off as, I haven't gotten around to it yet. They don't have to know, you know, if you died and got revived, because those are game save things. That's not happening in game. Nobody has to know. Whereas if you go for something like No Beast on this Moon is a match for me, then you're basically setting a really high bar that you then have to meet, or else you look like a fool. Which means that it's also going to be less impressive if you kill the Zakek, because there was all this bluster beforehand about any beast being doable or whatever, and if there's something worse than a Zakek, then they're going to follow up with that, right? Whereas if it's kind of just you might be right, we'll see. And then you come back with one's head like it's nothing. That's the kind of satisfaction I love, personally. Where they're like, wait, you actually went for one? Because they think you're, like, backing out, right? They think you're being casual because you're going to try and, like, duck the challenge or something. Sometimes. Either way, it ends up being pretty satisfying. You greet everyone that way?
Nah, just you. You're no Mandalorian. I don't know why Mandalores let you roam free, but I don't trust you. I'm Kex, the new quartermaster. If a Mandalorian needs something, they come to me. Mandalore's ordered me to let you have access to our supplies, including some military-grade surplus. It's not free, though. You can pay with credits or trade in some of your gear. Doesn't matter to me.
Hustling. Right. You have some sort of problem with me?
Yeah, I do. I don't know why Mandalore would let some outsider roam around our camp without an escort. If it were up to me, you would have been shot on sight. Mandalore must think you're something special.
Okay, well that confirms that at least the majority of the camp doesn't know who I am. In relation to the Mandalorian War, anyway. Obviously, everybody knows I'm a Jedi. Everybody knows I'm a Jedi. It hasn't been indicated one way or the other whether Mandalore knows who I am. But if Mandalore is a title, then I have no idea what he would have been in the war. Also, is there more than one? Is Mandalore the title of, like, the leader of all the Mandalorians, or is it like a general where there can be, like, several of them? I would assume there's only one because it's not, like, Mandalore something or other, right? And I would think if there were a number of them, you'd have to be able to distinguish between them, but who knows? How'd you end up as quartermaster?
The greatest honor for a Mandalorian is to distinguish themselves in battle. But as age comes upon us, some are forced to find honor in other pursuits.
Multiple clans are tried there and leaders. Only Mandalore can lead all the clans. Gotcha. Hey, Beskar fan, welcome in. Candor Sordo. Gotcha. How'd you wind up with the job?
My predecessor was loading equipment from Cache D5. Mandalorian engineers must have worked the double shift on that one. The old quartermaster was carrying out a load of blast converters and walked straight into a beam splitter. Pieces of them wound up all over. So I got the job, and here I am.
Didn't mean to do for 600 seconds. Ah, thank you for catching the spoiler. You caught it before I even read it. That's impressive. Uh-oh. Stream dropped for a second. I think we're back. I don't know how long it was down. I just saw the notification that came back, but like 1 minute. Anyway, thank you for catching that, son. Son was all over that shit. That's why he's a mod. Because he knows the KOTOR lore super well. Knows exactly which ones are spoilers, and I can trust him to not be a jerk. Thank you. You're fine, Beskar fan. It's my first playthrough, even though it is 2025. So, you know. No hard feelings, but that is why the timeout. I think, son, I think it has a default timeout for 600 seconds. I don't think that's even changeable. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's even changeable. I mean, you can change it individually, but I don't think you could change the default amount. Mandatory leads all Mandalorians. Oh, okay, I see. Mandatory is kind of funny, though. You tell me about the area?
It's bad enough I have to stand here and pass.
Yeah, okay. I didn't think it was going to be the chit-chatty type, but it was worth asking.
I'm not going to disgrace myself further by being your guide. The only advice I'll give you is, when you're in the jungle, shoot anything that moves. Then shoot the things that don't move, just to be sure.
Good to know. I guess it's a good thing that blasters don't take ammo. Spell check. It was a funny spell check, at least. What do you have to sell?
Blasters, energy shields, armor, and other fighting gear, all in good condition, though I doubt you could afford it.
What, non-Mandalorians are known for being brokies now? Okay, let's see what you have. Either that or he just means he was going to raise the prices of everything for me, which is entirely possible, to be fair. Ooh. That's a new one. That's a new one. That's exciting. You know I have to collect all the colors. He did call me a broke ass. Terrorist survival gloves. Gloves' name is a marketing tactic to remind people that a little extra protection is a good investment. Developed by Zerka, shocker, following the bombardment of terrorists by Darth Malik, all-purpose gloves became quite popular. I don't think they'll save you from an orbital bombardment, but sure. I might still have a couple of the melee shields, but I think I'm down to 2 power shields that are both equipped. I might have one extra. They did come quite in handy in a couple specific places. Yeah, exactly. Because when I think survival, I think terrace. Right? He means the player might know. I mean, if we were talking real money, the player definitely wouldn't be able to afford his prizes. Just saying, my character is much richer than I am. I don't remember what belt Bowdura is wearing, but that could actually be good for him because I think he's got an 11 dex. That would increase his dex by 1 modifier and give him 1 to defense. I would love to know where he got fancy colored lightsaber crystals from, or fancy colored compared to KOTOR 1 anyway. And yet at the same time, I kind of feel like maybe I don't want to know how a Mandalorian got a hold of a lightsaber crystal. I feel like maybe that's when I might actually not really want the answer to. Might be, you know, low-key traumatic for my character here. Garage sale. Probably just picked up an abandoned lightsaber out of an escape pod. That would be the nicest. Until they're no longer spoilers, basically. There isn't a time limit on spoilers. It's like, if they're spoilers for the end of the game, then you have to wait till I finish the game, basically. I mean, you know, if it's still a spoiler, then it's still a spoiler. I do take like non-spoiler recommendations. Like I was saying earlier, if anybody has specific suggestions of who to bring with me for particular quests, I'm down for that. I'm also completely fine with you not telling me why you have specific recommendations for people. Like, I'll just take the recommendations because, you know, sometimes certain characters have extra commentary or things that are interesting in certain areas that I wouldn't know about, but that's not a spoiler because you're not telling me what's going to happen, you know? Spoiler alert, Canucks taste like shit. Now, the majority of people who come in to watch is because I'm so far behind, because I'm like 21 years, I can math, late on this game. So there aren't a whole lot of people doing first placers. So a lot of people, including me, enjoy experiencing the organic first placer, which is why I try to avoid spoilers. It's more fun that way anyway. I don't think I specifically need anything else from him. I don't have a good enough memory for armor stats to know off the top of my head. Too many companions and too many different types of armor. Like, I don't know off the top of my head what any given person's current armor defense bonuses are. Like, I just don't have the memory for that many different numbers that are all, like, close together. Formation says we love watching newbies stumble around in the dark. Rite of passage. Fair enough. Might get one of the Mandalorian power shields. There's probably stuff I can sell, but I can't be bothered to mess with it at the moment. don't know why that startled me. I kind of forgot there was a whole thunderstorm going on. That is the direction I haven't been yet. Anything over here? Oh, absolutely. I haven't found the Zessen Shah yet, but I found, at least, unless that's the one Atten's wearing. I don't remember the name of it, but it was sort of similar. I'm currently wearing the no, he's wearing a different Jelshe one, I think. Yeah, the Jelshe armor so far has been fantastic to the point where I've literally been wearing it since I picked it up in the ship, like, way back. I tried to switch to the new one, but it ended up... This one had better stats for me. Sometimes he sells crazy good stuff, but from the looks of it, stuff's standard. And a heavy suit, not heavy armor, is pretty good. Light armor that can take medium armor upgrades. Ooh, that's good to know. DeLorean Ripper is also top-notch. Gotcha. I was not paying attention to if either one of those specifically was there, but I will attempt to remember those specific terms and keep an eye out for them. We're being followed. Apparently we're tastier than the Mandalorians. Oh, they're just...
This won't take long.
Let us end this. Oh.
Let me handle this.
Do you know what I just realized? Starting off with the strength boosts until I got enough feats to finally get around to getting the finesse one actually ended up being a good thing. Because I had overlooked the fact that damage is still strength dependent. Worked out reasonably well. My constitution. Yeah, it's making a certain amount of sense. Another young Boma. Open up a hunting lodge and sell some pelts. I can make a killing on them. If anybody, if there's a market for these pelts, I don't know. They haven't let me skin any of them though. These are so weirdly shaped. I guess none of these creatures have the same tendency to swallow things. Guessing that one's more of the main path. Let's see what's down here first. Hang on. Outlying jungle paths. Okay, so I need to be prepared just in case I run into one, because this might count as an outlying jungle path. A customer Malrus fur coat. Custom Malrus. Puma leather boots. Stylish lizard green. Sure, why not? Honestly, I had a 50-50 chance of getting that right. So I just realized there's a whole section over here that I haven't been to yet, either. I'm not sure either one of these was especially, like, side pathy. It kind of seemed like... I don't know what's going on here, but it feels like a trap.
what's going on.
Yes.
Well, did you swallow the phase pulse converter? Oh my god. I was expecting to have to ask that 16 times. I was going to make a whole meme out of it, and it actually was this one. Okay, well, that was not nearly as tedious a task as it could have been. Right then. I wonder if that circles all the way back around. It actually might. Oh, okay, this is the bunker he was talking, or not bunker, but cache he was talking about. Oh, it's part of the phase converter. Okay, I didn't read closely enough, clearly. You see a permacrete detonator. Used to set off permacrete charges. They're linked to it. Maybe I'm just paranoid because the environment is so weird and there's so much like tall grass and rain and sharp corners, and I know that there are big beasts out there and stuff, but everything feels like a trap. You're learning. Clearly not well enough.
It's a trap!
Thank you, Formation. I don't suppose beasts are especially good at will saves, do you? I guess we'll find out. Thanks for that's all. I appreciate that. Kill cannons to find stuff. Canics. Alright, here we go.
Hear you.
Oh my god, that was loud. Not gonna lie, I was expecting that to be harder, and I'm a little concerned. Oh, hey look, it's one of those Mandalorian Rippers. Hey, jump scare holy. Yeah. Yeah. I did not know that it sounded like that, but that was crazy. Okay. That could have been a lot worse. Guess that's all of them, but... we did pretty good on that, I think. I'm hesitant to even say that, because... ah, yeah, I figured there would probably be.
Yeah?
Yes, I know, thank you. Okay. I have a demolition expert. A super expert in quite a few things, actually. What I was looking for. Oh, yeah. I couldn't remember whether I was supposed to actually get stuff from the cache or not. What an interesting predicament we find ourselves in.
What's going on?
Boy, am I glad I had Bowdor with me. Don't like how many of these dudes are in here. Especially that guy. Instruction droid better than battle droid, though, to be fair. I haven't decided if I'm actually gonna raid it, or if I'm just gonna collect the mines and report back that I did their chore for them. Because, to be fair, I am trying to get on their good side. And on the one hand, their whole focus on honor is sort of like primarily centered around battle-related honor, but it is objectively more honorable to not steal from them. So maybe I get some points from them for that. Who knows? Good job, Butter. Bother you if you don't bother the droid? That guy? I mean, they do kind of have it. Interesting. Very clever and effective use of hitboxes there. We're gonna play it straight for now. I know it's here now. I know where it is. I know where to find it again. Gotcha. I was safe in that regard anyway because I have pretty decent security and I'm pretty sure Baldur's is even better. Mine's 21, his is 24. So, yeah. Probably would have been fine without bashing them anyway, but... My cat is the same way. No pelt. I guess nobody wants custom Malrus pelt, whatever, coat,
this
rug.
Stop us for long.
They could make a very interesting shaped rug, to be honest.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah!
Yep. I don't actually own a console. My partner owns one I could play on if I ever cared to bother, but I've been playing on PC forever, so I never really felt the need to change. Besides, I've only ever used a game controller for one game, so I'm usually better with a keyboard. One game I used it for was Dragon Age Veilguard, which was interesting because something about it was actually easier for me to use an actual, like, gamepad for the first time in my life than it was the keyboard for some reason. But that's the only game I've ever actually used it for. Malrus code is ahead of its time. Oh, that's cool. My dad worked with computers when I was growing up, so we had computers around the house. But my family was not especially well off, so we did not have game consoles. So I guess that's kind of how I ended up being a PC gamer. I just stuck with it. I think this is going to connect. I think I'm going to connect it on the map, just to clear the map area. I did feel I needed a controller for Veilguard, weirdly enough. Actually, I didn't specifically feel that I needed a controller, because I'd never used the controller, so I wasn't where my brain went. But, I was expressing my frustration with the keyboard controls to Shinobi, And he was like, well, do you want to try a gamepad? I was like, oh, this thing is driving me crazy, so sure, why not? And it actually ended up working way better than I thought. I remapped a couple of the controls to what, like, made better sense in my head, like, for me personally, but, other than that, I got used to it for that game specifically quicker than I would have expected. I feel like it would still feel weird to use for a lot of games, and I don't know why. I don't actually even know if that's the case. It just kind of feels like it would be, because I am still more used to keyboard and mouse, but for whatever reason, for Veilguard, I had way better luck with the controller. Using controllers since you were six. Suck ass with the keyboard. Well, the first game I ever owned and could afford to own was Minecraft. So I was playing Minecraft with a keyboard for like 10 years before I ever owned a different game or something, like, maybe not quite 10, but a lot of years before I had to own another one. Cool, congratulations, Beskar. It's definitely easier to go from KVM to controller than vice versa. I could see that. I don't necessarily know why, but it makes sense because I did. And I didn't suffer immensely trying to use a controller in RPG combat for the first time over the age of 30. So that it does make sense. That was a weird... It doesn't usually pop up with the received page for creatures you killed. That was weird. Okay. Watchman Blaster. Especially for shooters. I've never been good at shooters, honestly. I'm not sure if I've ever tried a shooter. Well, no, I have tried a shooter with a controller. Because Veilguard was the first game I ever actually played through with a controller. But it wasn't the first time I'd ever laid hands on a controller. Like, I'd played years and years ago, like, not too long after Halo 3 came out, when that was all the buzz. I played a couple of games of Halo 3 with a friend on his console, so I guess I would have used controller for that, but I wasn't very good at it. I've never been very good at shooters, honestly. It's kind of funny because my reaction time is fine. My actual reaction itself sucks. It's like, I'm jumpy enough. Most days, I'm jumpy enough to, like, have the reaction time. The problem is I always react in the exact wrong way. Like, I'll jump by moving in my chair. Or by, like, moving not only the wrong finger, but the wrong hand. Yeah, muscle memory, but also, like, any sort of sense of what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. If that makes sense. Like, I will regularly just use the wrong hand for no particular reason. Like, even keyboard and mouse, like, if something jump scares me, I'm just as likely to hit the keyboard as I am, like, the mouse, or vice versa. I don't know. It's like something about getting jumped, because that's the other thing, is that it's not a controlled reflex, it's a jump scare reaction over and over again, which is probably why. It's probably not really governed by muscle memory so much as just spontaneous spastic, you know? To your audience, would love to see you play Fallout 3 New Vegas and Fallout 4. A bit more shooty, but that system lets you freeze time. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, see, I like that. Fallout 1 and 2 are also worth playing. Games up your alley. I watched Dallas play a little bit of Fallout 1 back when he was initially starting his Fallout playthrough over again. But I don't remember a whole lot of it, so it would still be mostly new to me, honestly. I don't even know what the WAW is, but COD is probably not gonna happen. If it was a free-to-play game, it's not that I don't have faith in myself. It's that I have quite a lot of years of trying different things and learning what I'm good at and what I'm just not. To be fair, not being good at things can be really funny sometimes. You know, if COD was free to play, which I assume it's not. I hadn't actually looked into it, but I very much assume it's not. Oh, World at War, gotcha. Infamous for being bullshit veteran. If any COD was free to play, we could maybe do that as like a funny like streamiversary segment or something, just so you guys could laugh at me failing. Because it could be genuinely hilarious for you guys. It's not something I could do every week because my heart would not be able to take it. It would be way too because I react by getting jump scared rather than, you know, controlled reflex. My poor adrenaline system would need it to be pretty limited, but we could do it as like a special occasion, something or other, you know? Or if there's something similar that's free to play. Like, I don't want to go pay $60 for a game I'm going to play once. But, you know. Why not, Besker? If you mean you wouldn't laugh at me, I appreciate it. But trust me, I would be laughing. It's fine. It really is fine. There's nothing wrong with having a good chuckle at yourself from time to time. I feel like that's pretty healthy, honestly. You can't take yourself too seriously, after all. I was trying to figure out why this corpse looked different than the others. It sort of looks like it's half decayed and maybe still has some of its original clothes on or something. I don't know. Or you just spam it's a trap to warn you. A scary game for Halloween. I was actually thinking about... So, those who've been around for a while, Sun, for example, may or may not remember that usually when I do some semblance of a streamiversary stream, I usually do it in January, because technically my streamiversary is in November, but I started Dragon Age Origins and my entire RPG saga since then, the same day that I hit affiliate on Twitch. And also my grandmother passed away on my 1-year streamiversary, so for a few years it was kind of like a, you know, not really in the mood kind of thing. I've been thinking about it, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to celebrate a Twitch streamiversary, or rather, to celebrate a streamiversary on... I'm probably overthinking this, but you guys know me by now, I overthink everything. This should not be a surprise. Now that I'm multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, it feels a little odd to do a streamiversary on my Twitch affiliate. It's like that, I don't know. I'm not sure that my original streamiversary really makes that much more sense, but that's both your grandmas too. I think after I started streaming. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, son. That's rough. I don't know if you were close with them, but mine was basically all 4 grandparents in one. She was like basically third parent to me. So yeah, it was a rough one. I mean, it wasn't unexpected, but that doesn't always make it easier, you know. But all that being said, I've been corpse is still juicy. I was thinking about the possibility of, well, back in September, because, see, my problem half the time is that I don't remember it with enough advance notice to, like, plan ahead very well. That's why we always end up just doing a random stream of community games, because, A, it's sort of a special thing. It's not something we do every stream, you know. It's something a little bit different, something that we can do and, like, hang out and chat and have fun together and everything. But it's also a very easy fallback for when I don't have a plan. Because it does tend to sneak up on me. So this year I was thinking about it in September, and I was like, well, shit, I'm thinking about it 2 months in advance. I could do something, like, actually planned this year. And then the next month snuck past me. And now we're like, well, actually, I guess we've got... The other thing is that it's very random that, like, this year, the November stream anniversary happens to fall on a regular stream day, so I'm going to be streaming anyway, which does not always happen. In fact, doesn't happen very often at all. Gotcha. I'm pretty sure I've seen the movie, but it's been quite a while. Sorry, I missed it. So I was thinking ahead. I just kind of got distracted from the thinking ahead, and now we're like I guess we're 4 weeks away, but I don't know. I didn't have any specific plans, but if anybody has ideas for funny shooter games that are, like, let's say, can be acquired for $10 or less, throw them at me. You can make it a fun, entertaining fail stream for you guys. I absolutely have my little stash of Twitch ad revenue that builds up in my PayPal account that I spend on games for stream, so you can... It doesn't have to be free. I'm not going to pay for a AAA game for a one-off, but, you know.
What are you doing out
10,
here?
$15 I'll pay for a one-off.
We're
gonna have a fun laugh at Tam fail miserably at a shooter game sort of stream if you guys want that. I am down for whatever. I did not look at the guy's name before I clicked on him. Or no, I did, but I didn't register what it was. It didn't ring a bell, so I'm guessing probably not the guy that whose body I'm supposed to be looking for, but why are you here? I thought all the patrols had been stopped.
I am a Mandalorian scout. I don't go on patrols. Mandalore sent me out here personally to track a ship that landed in the area.
Cowborn, thank you. Ship?
Yeah, from what little we could pick up on sensors, it was bigger than your ship. Most likely a freighter or dropship. This one was trying to slip in quietly, and it was keeping its eye on emissions to a minimum. Our sensors almost didn't pick it up.
From 1994. Okay, do something you probably enjoy. There's a little RPG in it. Yeah, I saw you the first time, Beskar. Yeah, maybe. Little RPG is always fun. The risk, of course, becomes too much RPG. It turns into a second game to just play on stream because I have to find out what happens in the story. But, you know, I'm never going to argue with a little bit of RPG, so, you know. You're fine. I'm reading all the chat messages. There are enough that I would never get anywhere if I read all of them out loud. But I am reading all of them. I've got them right here on the screen, so trust, I'm reading them. Now Sun is imagining games that might get me sucked into a shooter for the next 6 months. No, there aren't a whole bunch of chatters. And don't get me wrong, that's not a complaint. I really appreciate having a number of people hanging out. Yeah, this is honestly fantastic speed for me because I can keep up and not have to stop playing the game. You know, I can pause to listen to somebody talk for a minute, and then I can look back at chat and I can still catch up. I'm not like forever behind. But I appreciate having, you know, just throwing out ideas out there and just chatting and stuff. I was just using, like I said, not a complaint. I was just using it as an example to indicate to Beskar that I was, in fact, reading them all. Immersive Sims are coming to mind. I have no intention of getting that big. I have no desire to get that big. I like the size I'm at now. Honestly, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate having a chat I can actually keep up with. To me, that's the value of streaming. I started Deus Ex Human Revolution. I didn't actually finish it, partially because I switched, because at the time I was streaming on my laptop, and it was one of the games that would actually run and stream at the same time. And then I switched back to desktop, and I didn't move it over. I don't remember if there was a specific reason why. I don't think there was. But it's on my list of things we could potentially eventually go back to. If you do, great. I just generally prefer streaks like this where you can just back and forth. Yeah, me too. Like, I prefer it as being more like a hangout with other people who are interested in the story and the lore and the interesting gameplay mechanics and all this stuff where we can just, like, talk about cool stuff. I not in it to be like an entertainer performing for more people than I can possibly keep up with. That's just not appealing to me. The whole appeal of stream to me is the hanging out with people, if that makes sense. That's why I started, and I'm perfectly good keeping it that size. I'm wondering if he's talking about another ship or if he's talking about the droid freighter. Any sign of a crew?
Just this corpse here. Looks like a scout and pretty green, too. The fool walked right into a group of Canucks and got torn apart. He can't have been the only one crawling around here. If there's more, we need to take them out. You up for some action?
Take them out. Why?
We can't let them find the camp, if that's what they're looking for. We need to track them down and make sure their trip here is real short.
Of course he's planning on killing them. Second one feels dumb. I may be able to help. What's the plan?
There's more of these scouts in the jungle. There's many paths and I don't want them to slip by. If we split up, we should be able to find their scouts, if you're up for it.
Interesting that this is the first Mandalorian who seems to consider me potentially capable of anything. Well, except for the one guy who wanted to fire me in the battle ring, to be fair. Sure. Find him.
I'm going to take up a position to the east. You go west. I'll make sure none of them get past me.
Portal, the The puzzle GLaDOS portal? That portal? Oh, that's right. You weren't around for a little while. Oh, well, also, to be fair, I didn't play Portal 1 on stream. Genobi and I played through the entire multiplayer Portal 2 on stream. But I played through Portal 1 first. Eventually. Took me a while to get through it. It was a fun one, though. There might actually be some bonus level. I think I did one or... I'm mixing things up in my head. I don't remember if the bonus levels were actually bonus levels, or if I thought they were bonus levels and then I discovered they were actually regular levels. I'm trying to remember if I actually finished all the content in Portal 1. But I never played through the solo mission of Portal 2. And I think I still have it installed, maybe. Either way, I'm sure I have room for it. So, yeah, I mean, it is kind of horror themed for Halloween, isn't it? I hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, it is pretty horrifying. In an interesting way. That's more my kind of horror. The interesting makes you think and makes you go, wait, okay, that just happened. That sort of horror, rather than the jump scare screams and guts and gore type. Recommend its cousin series Half-Life, which is in the same universe. Oh. I think somebody may have told me that Half-Life was in the same universe, like, ages and ages ago. But I hadn't played Portal yet, so it kind of just ran away from my head. But interesting. Jokingly. I was looking to see where West was, because I was pretty sure I'd already covered all the West, but I'm assuming that they probably don't spawn in until you accept the... I mean, I have to go either north or south. I assume he means this way. And then... right.
Set the staging camp up here. This jungle just never ends.
Lieutenant, 2 of our scout patrols haven't reported back.
2 more? Nothing is worth this.
More beasts!
Everyone, attack!
Common enemy. Just go left, straight into the wall. I certainly could. I'd have to make another choice pretty soon after that, but...
This won't take long.
Oh! Interesting. I did not expect... I didn't think they were going to be instantly hostile. Maybe that's my bad. To be fair, it kind of seemed like one of those instances where it could go either way. It could be like I can use their gratitude of me coming in to like help them, convince them to just leave and don't ask questions. Or I can choose to fight them. I was not expecting it to be an instant, not a choice though.
I hear you.
The other thing about all this tall grass, it's honestly hard to find Bodies again. Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't need ranged weapons. I've got a lightsaber. Watch, next battle, that exact mindset will get me killed. Now that I've said it, but... oh well. That's what saves are for. Nobody ever knew blaster bolts could be so bouncy until they try and shoot it at a Jedi.
He got swarmed by those little beasts. I think they're called Canox.
I hope this mission is worth it to the Colonel. If not... Wait, did you hear that?
That's her! Get her!
Oh, well, apparently they know me. Lovely. I was about to say, it's kind of funny that they're wearing yellow scouting, like, fatigues or whatever in a very green jungle. It's like, you guys did not dress for the environment at all. See, this would be a perfect spot for force jump if I had it. Oh well. Let's see, what do we have active still? Nothing. This will give at least me and Kreia extra.
I hear you.
You focus on him since you don't have the Master Speed.
What is it?
Maybe they think you're colorblind. Me and all the Mandalorians, apparently. Where'd you drop his body? There we go. At least it makes it a little easier to find their bodies in the grass. Saber dart, that's a new one. About to go the wrong direction. Whee! Speedy. Oh. Wait. Okay, turned around a little bit. You've been standing here this whole time.
I found more of their scouts, but they started shooting as soon as they saw me.
Me too.
I heard blaster rifle fire coming from deeper in the jungle. You find anything?
Sabers can double as rave sticks for celebrations when battle is over there. This is true. If you plan your party right, you can even have a full range of colors. Well, maybe not a full range in this game. Unless it's one of those instances where everybody happens to be in the same cutscene. But, you know, still. I came across two groups of scouts. They weren't in the mood to talk either.
I'm surprised they wouldn't talk to you. I thought their grudge was only with Mandalorians. Find out anything useful from them?
You first. What did you find out?
I searched their corpses. I'm pretty certain that they're Onderonian military, but without the tags. Could be a covert operation.
Makes you think it was a covert operation.
The only thing the scouts had on them were weapons. No identity cards, no personal effects, and no evidence to figure out who they were if they died or were captured out here.
Kind of seems like he's just assuming they were Onderon military. Although, to be fair, it's probably a reasonable assumption. Any idea why they were here?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
I've told you what
Alright,
I found.
that's fair.
Now you tell me what you found.
You mentioned something about a colonel. There also seems to be more of them.
Colonel, huh? Could be Colonel Tobin. Tobin is General Vaklu's personal cat hound. If he's on your trail, you might want to steer clear of Onderon.
Tobin's the one who opened fire on our ship and forced us to land here.
I'm not surprised. He was probably acting on orders from Vaklu. If so, you've made some dangerous enemies.
Who's Vaklu?
General Vaklu is the cousin of Queen Talia. He's also in charge of the Onderon military. He led the Onderon resistance when we occupied their world during the Mandalorian Wars. He was a worthy foe. Maybe more than a match for you. Mandalore needs to know about the scouts. I'll let him know your role in dealing with them.
Thanks. Doesn't explain why he's after me. Something about Krea's cryptic messages, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll all make sense eventually. Believe it or not, Cowboy respects your character. Kind of seems like it, honestly. Compared to the other Mandalorians, I actually do believe it. Onderon's like a 15-minute bus ride away, so it's a fair assumption. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's like, they're kind of all over the surrounding space, so, you know. It would probably be a little odd if it wasn't them. Or at least, to the Mandalorians. I've got so many people after me now that I don't think anybody showing up would be odd at this point. But for the Mandalorians, it would definitely be odd if it was somebody else. Because I'm the main character. Like the opposite of plot armor, it's like the plot curse. You are the main character, you will be hunted by everyone. Alright, I'll see you back at camp then.
You might not. One last thing about the battle circle. Your actions have proven you worthy of facing our best in the circle. Perhaps we can face each other there. See you at camp.
It's her, get her, sums up the whole game. You know, I was starting to kind of notice that that was seeming to be a bit of a pattern. Just a little bit. Making sure I knew where I was. These seem almost as common as the Canucks. It's a shame they don't drop fun goodies from their stomachs when they die.
How do you like that?
Fallen.
Okay, give me whatever random shit you swallowed recently. Hey, we've got another piece. That phase converter really got around. Not so much more loot drops in general, because honestly I have a hard enough time keeping up with my inventory as it is. But it would be nice if cat creatures also had a chance of dropping part of a phase converter, just because it would go much faster. To be fair though, it wouldn't be the same encouragement to explore every crevice of the map, and I would be exploring every crevice of the map anyway, so I don't even know what I'm complaining about. New friends in chat. Want to say hi? Would someone drop an exclamation mark ghost in the chat, pretty please? Give him his proper introduction. He's got his own command and everything. Since I am currently running with one hand and cat cuddling with the other. Thank you, son.
How do you like that?
Fur. Lots and lots of fluff. No slaying necessary. He'll just leave it behind him. On literally any surface. He is... How old are you now, huh? 10? Yeah, 10. Actually. He thinks he's 2. But he is in fact 10 at this point. You're an old man. Well, not really. You're a middle-aged man. He thinks he's a kitten, though. Something about this big open is... I know I keep saying stuff like this, but something about... Not quite. It'd be senior if he was an outdoor cat, just because their life expectancy is so much tragically shorter, but he's indoor only, so he should be middle-aged at worst, honestly. About this open area, just, I know I keep saying this, everything feels like a trap on this planet, or this moon, I don't even know why. I have a 13-year-old dog, he likes naps. These guys up before I forgot. I need to remember that this is an entire party thing. Especially since it lasts for 2 minutes. That's actually pretty good. Compared to a lot of the powers that go in like 20 or 30 seconds. That candy? I mean, it's 15. Indoor cat. Oh, I'm sorry. Always rough. I try not to think about it because at this point, it feels like he's been with me for as long as I can remember. Mission's dog doesn't shed, but he definitely brings in grass and sticks because his fur is like Velcro. Ah, see, we have the opposite problem. Everything is like Velcro to Ghost's fur. I assume he's some kind of mix because he was a stray, but he's got some genes in him that, like, he's got the, like, softest, like, silkiest, not even silky, it's like most cottony, I guess, fur of any cat I've ever met. He almost feels more like a rabbit. If you've ever, like, pet a rabbit, he feels almost more like a rabbit than, like, any other cat I've ever met. Which is awesome for petting and holding and snuggling and cuddling. And not so great for getting out of anything ever. That was an easy level up. Where is my... $171. Oh, I'm well past when I could have leveled up. I think. Am I looking at the right one? 19. Currently 17. So yeah, woohoo! Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to figure out when I stop. I don't think they actually said. They were the initial recommendation. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. There we go. That was not the tab I was looking for. There we go. 14 intelligence spends first defeats cross-classing sentinels to non-class skills, which I did. And they level all skills equally, which I've been mostly doing. By the time a player can become a prestige class, they will have sufficient skills in almost all categories to not only to unlock all relevant quests and dialogue, but also to craft. So does that mean that now that I'm above level 15, I don't have to keep evenly leveling my skills? I guess it makes sense to keep evenly leveling them if they keep getting checks and don't, like... I know you guys were telling me there were caps on some of them, but detonation was like 35 or something. Yeah, that's good, Beskar. But I don't know if there's a point where I should stop doing stuff like treat injury where I can get somebody else to make things for me, but especially with the Jedi healing stuff. I know I can. That's not currently my biggest priority. My current biggest priority is figuring out where to put my skill points. Because I've been trying to level them as evenly as I can. But I'm wondering if, now that I can prestige whenever I want, if I can stop putting points in certain things. Like, I know you guys were telling me earlier that persuasion and security don't ever cap out on difficulty. So keep putting points in there, of course. 15. Okay, so a couple more levels worth of even. What about treat injury? Because, as far as I'm aware, that doesn't actually help at all when you're using Jedi heals, which I have on all of my Jedi characters currently except for Atten. So we aren't using nearly as many med packs as we were for a while. And I do have people with higher treat injury who can do things like make med packs if I need them. Do I need to keep leveling that for the purposes of, like, dialogue options and stuff like that? Or can I leave it at 11 and call it a day? Well, treat injury was plot relevant on, Nar Shaddaa. See you, Beskar. Have a good night. Because there was that one guy who, it was a treat injury dialogue option to heal him. To be fair, I don't know if... It was kind of a little thing. It might... I mean, maybe the plot itself didn't depend on it. But it was still an option that popped up that I wouldn't have gotten. So I don't want to miss out on those if there is reason to keep putting points in it, you know? Okay, gotcha. Because that's, 1 point faster that I can get the others to 15 if I'm not putting points in things that I'm not going to need them, Really? In vanilla, you couldn't use companions to craft. Interesting. Huh. Really? That's a big change. Or a big restoration, I guess. I mean, the article says you can use your companions for it, but it does also, strongly recommend using the restored content mod. So maybe that's why. Maybe they're assuming that you took that advice if you're taking the rest of it. So, fair enough. Get rid of all my flurry attack penalties. Because that is super handy. You're just like, okay, no downsides anymore. The only time you could was when a companion was party leader. Okay. Interesting. Gotcha. I hadn't actually tried using a companion to do... Well, wait, no, that's not entirely true. I switched to someone at one point to try something, because I didn't realize that I didn't have to be controlling the character. Which is what it sounds like you're saying. I thought I had to be controlling them in order for their stats to apply, so I did. I switched to them. I don't even remember what the check was, but... Yeah. My goodness. Really? Uh-huh. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. Oh, I see, I see. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification. You talking about, huh? You have opinions? Huh? You have opinions? What's going on? You sharing your lightsaber strategy over here? Yeah. How helpful of you. I don't know if his meows are being picked up on the mic or if it just sounds like I'm talking to myself, but... Hi. Mm-hmm. Don't know why, but I'm gonna go ahead and take Drain Force. The more I think about how long it's been, like, compared to KOTOR 1, I am so many levels past where I was fighting Sith in KOTOR 1, and it kind of makes me a little nervous that when they hit, they're gonna hit really friggin' hard. In this version of Haddon has 26 stealth, and you can use him to make a 26 stealth item. Excuse me. Even if you use that in party leader, 2 stealth. Ooh, yeah, that is pretty lame. That's a rough one. Level cap is 50. Gotcha. Yeah, I heard at one point that it was... Yeah, that. Which was the other thing I was going to say, but I lost my train of thought halfway through, was that I know you go further in terms of levels in this game, so I guess it kind of makes sense, but... Hey! I keep picking him up because I'm trying to keep him from rubbing his cheeks on the escape key and backing me out of whatever I'm currently on. What was it? Oh, I was looking at my next level. 190. Is a bug to let you hit that? Restoration mod patched it out. Gotcha. I assume that's the exploit being referred to here. feels like I'm walking into something's lair. I still can't help but wonder why they're all young ones. And be a little nervous about that. Levels. And these scale with levels, there isn't really much point in exploiting for XP anyway. Yeah, that makes sense.
How do you like that?
Right, kitty cat.
How do you like that?
Give me your belly contents. That's disgusting. I wish I hadn't said that. Skeletal corpse. Oh, repair kit. I thought it might have another interesting data pad on it. That kind of looks like a pile of vomit. Ugh. Oh, that was Bowdor. His name tag keeps popping up and I keep thinking out of the corner of my eye that it says backpack. And I'm like, wait, I missed the loot. And then I didn't. Oh! Oh, I did, didn't I? I registered that they were big ones, but I was too busy fighting them to notice the actual name tags. Honestly, that makes me feel a little bit better about what the Mama Boma looks like, I guess. So, thanks. Uh-oh. I think we found our thingy. That was a premonition, right? Right? I got it that time? I will save my game appropriately. It might have been a false alarm last time, but you never know. Imagine what the exile has to actually do to get the loot. Oh god, I'd really rather not.
How do you like that?
Yay, I got it this time. They said it happened very rarely, but I got 2 in the span of one night. Which I do feel like is a little unusual.
What is it?
Just because I feel like I would have noticed them more if there were 2 of them every time. Yeah, it was basically the giant lizard alert in the back of my head going off. Oh, that was a fresh one when he started. Huh. I've used it twice today, but I figured it already had some uses used up, and it did not. Cool. Also, I had more of those than I thought I did. I was gonna give that to... Oh. He's already got something that gives him +1 dex, so it actually wouldn't help with that. For those who haven't seen Ghost's Ghost, it's a scratching pad. I found it at Aldi. Like $7 or $8. So now we can have a ghost inside of a ghost. And the ghost ate a carrot at some point. I'm not sure why that happened, but you know.
Let's go.
All right. Oh, I'm still paused. By all means, come here first.
What is it? Masters. I hear you.
Streamer, you said you were going to Onderon. This is false advertising. I also said I wasn't sure about this guy, but apparently that was also false advertising. Because, damn, that could ear. And I don't even have to fake it when I say, no biggie. Ooh, Dark Jedi robe. Green crystal. Corpses. 400 credits. Nice. It's false advertising, I tell you this. Their heads light up. Okay, well there was not nearly as much to that as I thought it was going to be. That's okay. Makes me feel like a badass, which I appreciate. There were plenty of battles that were quite challenging. Like the entire getting companions out of fucking Nashara. Any more challenging dungeons? Maybe. I'm trying to remember my struggle level from early KOTOR 1, but compared to KOTOR 2, but definitely a great power trip game.
A moment. That beast there. Do you see it?
Kinda hard to miss
Force
it.
flows even through these simple creatures. If you empty your mind, you may be able to feel its thoughts. They aren't fully formed. Basic instincts, primal urges, every breath dominated by the needs of the moment.
Feel it.
Beasts can be easier to affect than other sentients, but you must bridge the gap between what distinguishes us and them. You feel its thoughts, yes? Like a low rumble before the storm. Use the Force to create a barrier around it, carefully and slowly.
This is always rough for people. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Also, I was very low-key, trying to only level up when I really needed to. So I was letting myself struggle a lot more than I necessarily needed to be fair. I still don't know if there's a when they gave me two, like, specific skill check options with, like, two different dialogues like this, still don't know if there's a difference between them. Like, if the DC is different depending on, like, your attitude toward it or something. Try.
You came close, and you have the potential. With practice, you can make any animal passive and pliable. But the cage around their perceptions is a fragile thing. Many things can break its hold. Violence, especially.
I forgot the core lesson of the Force. You're correct. Anything else we don't?
With the Force, anything is possible. But that is the end of the lesson for now.
Beast trick. And an enemy. Not one I can call upon, I suppose. At least not right now.
Let me handle this. This won't take long. How do you like that? How do you like that?
Lost in Vietnam. Oh god. Yeah, actually. I understand it is quite significantly jungle, so. Would.
If you head outside the camp, remember that there won't be any patrols around to bail you out of trouble if you run across any of the larger beasts. You've been warned.
It defeated a Zakuk. Here's its ear as proof.
I'm impressed. Too bad you're a Jedi. You'd make a formidable Mandalorian.
Thank you. That actually seems like probably the biggest compliment a Mandalorian would ever give. Now that I'm thinking about it. He asked him
Who knows? The Onderon military has cordoned off the planet. It's like... If you want to...
I didn't mean to click that one, I meant.
If any... I don't know. Knowing some of the...
Oh, I did find the last piece of it. If I never have to look at the insides of a mechanic again, it'll be too soon. That sounds about right.
Damn it. Jungle is taking over everything. This place is a mess. Any progress with the repairs or the phase pulse converter?
All three parts of the converter?
You do? Let me see. I don't know how, but these pieces look in good enough shape to repair. I'll have the telemetry computer repaired in no time.
Did you mention this to Mandalore?
I'll be sure to tell Mandalore how much help you've been. I know you didn't ask, but here's a reward anyway. Mandalorians are expected to do anything they can to help, but you're a stranger, and you didn't have to help us.
I appreciate the recognition of that. Interesting. Usually the second option is something along the lines of it was my pleasure to help, but thank you and I'll accept it. This time it's my pleasure to help, I need no reward. Or I don't need the reward, keep it. Or you're right about that, till next time. Which just feels really rude, but I mean, technically not inaccurate. I'm curious what it is, though. Sometimes they give it to me regardless, but... it just feels like a souring of a good feeling, if that makes sense. Just give them the parts without washing them. Oof. That's a good point. Maybe I dipped them in a creek or something. Maybe you can't do that to a phase pulse converter. I wouldn't know. I'd have to ask Baldur. On the one hand, it feels yucky. Take all that goodwill, and what feels like basically just flushed down the toilet was a rude reply. Baldur, can I throw a face pulse converter in the dishwasher? Top rack only. On the one hand, I want to know what the reward is. On the other hand, it feels gross Because I do genuinely appreciate the acknowledgement that no, I was not obligated to help them. And it feels yucky, I guess, to turn around and, like, throw that goodwill back in his face, sort of. But also, maybe my character would? It's more like a character dilemma. It's my internal loot goblin wrestling with my internal nice person who appreciates being appreciated. Wrestling with the knowledge that my character did fight these people for quite some time. Mandalorians are quite pragmatic. I don't think they'll care much how you act, to be honest. That's fair. Is it a really good reward? If it's some random weapon upgrade that I may or may not ever actually use and could get it some random shop, probably. That will help make the decision. Still not sure if I can. Not particularly. Not a unique item or anything. Gotcha. I don't need the reward. Keep it. I didn't think I was going to go for the middle one, but it does feel like a pretty good middle ground between being outright rude and it was my pleasure to help, which I feel like is a little bit of reward considering he's probably still not very fond of Mandalorians, but he is being nice.
Alright, if you say so. Again, you have my gratitude.
I appreciate knowing I wasn't missing out on anything really, really good, though. Because my inner loot goblin would have been bothered by that for a little while. Not for very long, but for a little while. I don't know if I ever found... I never got a quest update. But I found some Mandalorian gear. I don't know if...
Found Kumas's body yet?
Haven't found any sign of him.
Take your time. Corpses have a lot of patience.
Apparently the
Our numbers swell.
Canucks might eat him, though.
Kelborn said you dispatched some covert military scouts in the jungle with him. He spoke highly of your work. The gate guard said you managed to kill a Zakeg. Those are tough beasts, Jedi. You've earned some respect around here. How many Canucks did you have to kill to find those parts for Zuka?
Quite a few.
That was a tremendous help. I won't forget it.
Set off the permit crate detonator in the jungle.
I know. It made quite a racket. Good work.
After I set off the explosive, I had to fight through a pack of bomas.
That's to be expected. They don't really like it when someone makes loud noise in their territory.
You don't say. I mean, obviously he knew something was going to happen. He did say that the jungle is never that simple. Anything else I could do?
Ask around the camp. Someone else might have something you can do to lend a hand. I also promised you a reward. Here you go. This should help you fend off some of the local beasts. You're well on your way to earning some real respect around here. Keep it up.
Cool. Oh. I was so focused on the thank you and the thingy that I... That's the part where I had to actually go fix this thing. Ah, right, telemetry. I remember this now. Because I poked it a couple of times. Yeah, smoking is probably not a great sign. Dora, you do the honors? Ah. Power wires here are damaged, so it would take a lot of skill and parts to repair them. One part.
Damn it. Jungle is taking over everything.
I thought it was
Any
gonna...
progress with the repairs or the phase pulse converter?
Those cables on the telemetry computer are working now.
That's the best thing I've heard in weeks. I'll be sure to tell Mandalore about your help. Look, I have some extra parts and computer spikes. Take them. You can probably make better use of them than I can.
That I appreciate, because I was starting to run low on computer spikes. I thought it was going to give Bowdor the opportunity to jump in, kind of like Atten did with the, not swoop bike, the speeder, or, yeah, speeder in Nashada. Apparently not. Yes, I did just go in an accidental circle. Okay. Thank you, son.
For Mandalore!
Fortunately, I think that is where I'm going to have to call it for tonight, because it is 2:30. I gotta take my car to the shop in the morning. Fortunately, nothing's broken yet. Just maintenance, but, you know, still gotta get up for it. Also, I'm starting to not be able to stop yawning. Boy, excuse me. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had a lot of fun, even if we never made it quite all the way to Onderon. Whoops. The Onderon was a lie. No, as far as I know, nobody's planning on putting a phase pulse converter in my car. Wonder what that would do, though. Turbo speed? Probably not. It'd probably just blow the car up, but you never know. I don't know what a phase pulse converter does. Before or after dishwashing, so, you know, I could not say. You'd have to ask KOTOR. Thank you guys for hanging out. Always very much appreciate the company and chat. And be back on Monday, if not beforehand, but I don't remember what my... Oh yeah, I have stuff to do this weekend, so yeah, probably Monday. But we will take on the KOTOR 2 version of the Batterina and see if I do better than I did the first time against that Duncan. I'm higher than level 2 this time, so hopefully it'll be fine. I did take out a Zakig after all. My pleasure. Thank you guys for joining. Oh, Monday. I hope you guys have a fantastic week. Take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, and I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good night, guys.